ahead and call to order the August 15th City Boulder Planning Board meeting. We have a quorum. Thank you guys for turning off your phones. And the first thing on our agenda for the night is the approval of meeting minutes from July 25th. I know several of us have commented on those back on email, so does anyone want to offer any further changes or offer a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Okay, great. Motion by David, second by Lupita. All in favor? Yeah?
Aye.
Okay, great. Unanimously. So the next item on our agenda is public participation. So this is the time in the meeting where folks who want to come to speak to us about something that's not on our agenda can address the board. And so the two things on our agenda for tonight are the capital improvement program and Alpine Balsam area plan. So if you want to speak to us about those two things, those happen later on those items. So, Cindy, do we have anybody signed up in this section? Does anybody else out there want to get under the radar? Okay, so next is a discussion of dispositions, planning board call-ups, and continuations. We've got 3 call-ups on the list tonight. Does anyone have any questions about any individual one of them? John?
Yeah, I was, thanks. Yes, I'd like to inquire about the call-up on 1100 Balsam, the fence. Just a quick question. In going past there, I see a fence has recently been built. So I'm wondering, is that the fence that this addresses?
That is not. There's an additional piece that they're holding off on putting in until they have this permit. So the area that's in the 100-year floodplain was separately permitted. There's a section of it that's in the conveyance and or high hazard, which is what's subject to call up and is the permit in front of you tonight. And that won't be installed until they have that permit in their hand.
Okay, thank you.
You almost caught the city building without a permit. This close. Okay, anything else on call-ups? Are we good? Okay, great. We'll move into our public hearing items. So the first one is the capital improvement program, which is a pretty small document. I know we all have it memorized, but we'll start with a presentation by staff. And the way this will work is staff will do a presentation, planning board can ask some questions. If there's public comment, that's when you'll be able to speak to us about that matter, and then we'll return to the board for action. Chris?
Great, thank you, Brian. Chris Ranglos and Katie Doling are here to present this item.
Great. Yeah, so Chris Ranglos, Comprehensive Planning, and sitting next to me, as Chris mentioned, is Katie Doling, who is the city's Executive Budget Officer. I want to take a moment right now before we dive into this just to simply acknowledge and thank all of the city staff who are in the audience tonight who put a lot of hard work and dedication towards completing the CIP and getting it before the board this evening, so thank you. Quick rundown of the agenda here. We'll give you guys some background information on the CIP, how we've gotten to the point where we're at right now. Katie's going to give us a financial overview and talk about some of our project highlights. I will run through some of the SEEP projects, and then we'll move into next steps and provide a staff recommendation for this evening. So starting from sort of ground zero here, I want to provide some context about really what the CIP is. And what the CIP is a comprehensive 6-year plan for the capital investment in maintaining and enhancing public infrastructure. It provides a forecast of funds available for capital projects and identifies all planned CIP projects and their estimated costs over the 6-year period. Now, prioritization of CIP projects involves balancing competing needs of the community, correcting service deficiencies, things such as enhancing service levels for the community as a whole, and providing services to new development, of course. Capital projects are typically broken down into 5 separate categories: capital, maintenance, and enhancement, although we do tend to group those together as they're very similar. New capital projects, capital planning studies, as well as land acquisitions. Now, as you'll see later on in the presentation, the majority of our capital projects do fall under this capital maintenance and enhancement category. And what that is an indication and a demonstration that the city is continuing to invest in its existing capital assets. So the image you see to the right here demonstrates the relationship the CIP has with other city plans, with the community sustainability framework, with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, department master plans, and then finally the CIP. As you can see, the CIP is informed heavily by department master plans and plays a key role in achieving the community vision set forth through the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and the Community Sustainability Framework. The City Plans and Projects Handbook, which the board has heard me talk about before, describes the process for master planning as well as the capital improvement program. The figure you see to the right shows the general phases that are outlined in this handbook. Master planning really is the first step of this process, which of course directly influences phase 2, which is the CIP. Now, per the city charter, the planning board plays a key role in this process by providing a recommendation to city council by adoption, for adoption of the CIP by looking at and evaluating the proposed CIP in context with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, making recommendations on the scope, priorities, and scheduling of CIP projects, make recommendations on policy issues surrounding the design and location of projects, and making recommendations on projects that should require a SEEP or a community and environmental assessment process. So this timeline here is essentially describing all the department master plans that we have going on right now. We do have many, and so we wanted to provide the board with an opportunity to get an overview of where several of them are at, because they do have direct implications on the CIP and will continue to in the coming years. So as you can see, open space master plan and the transportation master plan are both looking at adoption in September of this year. The fire rescue master plan and facilities master plan will be coming for adoption really Q1 of 2020. And then shortly after that, both the police master plan and parks and recreation master plan will be kicking off their master plans Q1 of 2020 and hopefully finishing those up by Q3 of 2021. Another timeline here, and what this is depicting is an incredible amount of work and an extensive process that we take in order to get the CIP in front of the board tonight. And what it does, it really kicks off at the beginning of the year when the departments begin identifying their upcoming projects. The coordination team is already hard at work at this point, gathering and sharing information and coordinating the upcoming review of the CIP. By May, departments submit their projects for the internal peer review team and the city's executive budget team to review the CIP. July and August are spent finalizing the recommended CIP and presenting it to advisory boards, you, the planning board, and finally, city council. City council then formally adopts the capital budget along with the operating budget in October, and the CIP is published by the end of the year. So what you see here is an extensive process that a lot of hard work and effort goes into, as I mentioned, but this really ensures that the city can continue to continue its core service commitment to the community. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Katie, and she's going to run through some of the financials in the CIP this year and talk about a few of our project highlights.
Thanks, Chris. So again, I'm Katie Doling, the Executive Budget Officer, for those that I've not met. I'm excited to be here. What we're going to go over is a few different graphics around how we break down our CIP funding to show you a few different visuals that are important. So the 2020 to 2025 CIP has about $85.6 million in 2020 and is approximately $565 million for those 6 years of the CIP. So if you recall last year, when looking at the CIP, it's much more in line with 2019, but last year we anticipated that this would be a higher year, but due to timing of projects and available funding, you'll see that kind of the peak year looking out into the future is 2022, based upon large utility projects. Looking at it just a little bit differently and just highlighting again what Chris mentioned, you can see that capital maintenance and enhancements, both the dark blue and the orange color, are what we really consider as the taking care of our assets focus for the capital improvement program. And when you look at the 6-year CIP, these two categories combine almost 82%. So just again, highlighting on Chris's theme that we really want to invest in the assets that we have before we start building new and ensure they're up to code and safety standards. So you'll see that several projects in the general fund continue on to 2020, but we also have some key council priorities that are going to be proposed during the 2020 budget process, including the electronic signatures and petitioning. If you recall, this was Measure 2G that authorized the council to allow for online signatures for initiative of petitions. So this project's aimed to identify requirements needed and build out a unique system to Boulder to allow for the implementation of this proposal last November. And then you'll also see that there's a municipal building east door entrance. The project adds back an exterior building in the north side of the municipal building facing Broadway. It also includes floodproofing and sidewalk and Sister City Plaza reconfigurations. This was a key council priority identified during their retreat back in February. So other just notable projects to highlight, certainly not all inclusive, but some of the ones that we think are important is to fall within our essential services. So when you see system-wide technology, facility maintenance projects, and pavement maintenance, that's just essential services that the city provides. And then we're also approved in 2019 to begin construction of the hospital portion of the Alpine Balsam site, and this money just continues into 2020 for the completion of that project. And then thanks to the community culture safety tax, we'll be beginning the North Boulder Library branch construction, so you can see that project lasts a couple of years as well. And going to hand it back over to Chris to wrap it up.
Yeah, so to round us out here, I will talk about our SEEP projects, run into next steps, and then talk about our staff recommendation for the board. So a SEEP, I'm going to give you guys some background information on this too. A SEEP, or a Community Environmental Assessment Process, is a formal review that the city has, a review process to consider the social and environmental impacts of public development projects, essentially. The SEEP was instituted by City Council in 1987 and is referenced in the Boulder Revised Code, Section 2-1, Appendix 9. Essentially, the purpose of a SEEP is to assess the potential impacts of conceptual project alternatives in order to inform the selection and refinement of a preferred alternative. Now, how we get here to identifying these projects is every year there's an internal SEEP review group that meets to look at the full picture of the CIP, all capital projects, and make recommendations for which ones of those should have a formal SEEP process. And in the City Plans and Projects Handbook, there's a select criteria that we use to make those determinations, and so that is how we got to the 5 projects that you see on the screen here tonight, which is from open space and mountain parks, 4 Mile Creek Bridge reconstruction and creek restoration, transportation, downtown Boulder Transit Station improvements, Arapahoe multi-use path enhancements, and then from our utilities department, the Interceptor sewer realignment project. Running the next steps here, September 10th, we'll be at City Council for a study session to take a look at the annual operating budget as well as the CIP. And then the large part of October is budget hearings and a adopted budget from council. By December, by the end of the year, we will have an annual budget that is published. Staff recommendation. So the recommendation for tonight is to recommend to City Council approval of the 2020 to 2025 proposed capital improvement program, including a list of CIP projects to undergo a community and environmental assessment process as outlined in the staff memorandum. A couple questions for the planning board tonight. Does the planning board have questions for us about the proposed 2020 to 2025 CIP as it relates to these specific items here, the long-term big picture policies in the comp plan, the scope, priorities, and scheduling of CIP projects, the proposed location of CIP projects, and projects that are recommended to undergo a SEEP process. So with that, we are happy to open it up for questions.
Great. Thanks very much, Chris and Katie and Chris. Anyone have any questions for staff right off the bat? John?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. In the capital funding project list, I was wondering if there's any allowance for a Long's Gardens conservation acquisition.
I'll go ahead and take that. So right now, council's very interested in the purchase of Long's Garden and have been discussing it as it relates to the expiring sales tax that is coming up. So for the current budget proposal, there isn't identified funding because there would require a lot of reductions in other services for this program. So I think depending on what the council discussion is on the 20th for the sales tax item, we will then get direction from council to determine whether they want us to incorporate it into the budget if there is no tax proposal for it.
Thank you. So that was a conscious decision not to include that here because it's premature, perhaps, or?
I would say it's premature. I would also say that this would need to be a general funded program. And when you look at our capital dollars, we have just $4 million for all general fund, including our police, fire, internal services, and facilities backlog. And so coming up on the prioritization, we felt that the items that council had already considered priorities, including the fiber backbone COPs, the muni stores, the electronic signature and petitioning, that the only way that we could afford Long's Garden would be to make significant reductions in our operating budget.
Thank you.
David?
I think you may have told me this last year, but I'm having trouble remembering. We have a couple of other underpasses in the works at Colorado and Foothills in Colorado and 30th. Those don't, I couldn't find places in the CIP they appear. Is that because they're funded out of a different stream? Or they're just already in the works?
I'll have Garrett Slater come up. My first inclination to say they were probably prior years, but I'll let Garrett speak to that.
Is that how?
That would be correct. My name is Garrett Slater. I'm the Principal Transportation Engineer for Capital Projects. And the answer to the question is those projects appeared in prior versions of the CIP. I believe last year was the last year we had identified funding for 30th in Colorado, and the year prior was the last year we had funding for Foothills in Colorado.
Okay, so that is just in the bank and ready to be used.
Correct.
In other words. Okay, thank you.
Lupita?
Sure. Maybe I should have asked them to stay there. So I have a general question with regards to the prioritization you make every year. So which are the projects that you think need to move up the priority list? Is there a way for us to look at that priority list and see how complete it is? And can you just give us a little background on how those things can continue? I'm wondering if you have items that being at the list but stay constantly at the bottom and just somehow doesn't make it up. How does that work?
Yeah, so I'll start it and feel free, Chris, to jump in. So the city has several dedicated funds, right? And those dedicated funds largely fund capital programs. So each department has its own kind of internal process that it goes through with its board and internally with staff to identify projects that rise to the level based upon the available funding for that year and the out years. You'll see in the budget book that there's a list of unfunded kind of projects. And so I would say that those are the ones that haven't quite made it onto the list just due to the funding availability versus kind of a laundry list citywide. It's very much more department specific given the funding restrictions that we have.
Great question. Any other questions from the board? John?
Yeah. Regarding the SEEP process, I was wondering whether there's any thinking about doing a SEEP process for two of the largest projects that we may be dealing with soon. One is the CU South annexation, and the other is the Alpine Balsam project. What's the likelihood of those being going through a SEEP process?
As it currently stands, not very likely, and the reason for that is the amount of dialogue that those projects have with the community really goes above and beyond the standards that we even require in a SEEP. So essentially, we would be doing double the work. Both Alpine Balsam and CU South in particular. Alpine Balsam, to speak about that just a little bit, I think you can't really classify Alpine Balsam as one capital improvement project in and of itself. I think there's going to be several projects that make that up. For the hospital deconstruction, the one that is in this year's CIP, we've had a lot of dialogue and a lot of study and alternative studies done to help determine what that deconstruction would look like. So to essentially say it's just, those projects would not necessarily benefit from going through a SEEP process as we've gone through quite a hefty process with those already.
Well, I'll talk about that later. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? Cindy, do we have anyone signed up? No? Last call. And since no one's jumping up and running over the dais, we'll return it to the board for deliberation. We've got 4 sort of key issues up on the board, and I think if people would like to do them all in one lump, I think we could do that, and just sort of free range across them. unless people feel like we need to dive in them individually. Is everyone okay with that process? Okay, cool. So maybe I'll start with David.
Oh.
Unless somebody else wants to start.
No, I mean, from my perspective, you know, when I read through the CIP, I felt that it does a good job of tying the priorities into the big picture, referencing the BCP. There's good graphics and pictures to kind of punctuate, so it makes it a little bit more readable for the public. And you know, I guess you know, sometimes I feel like I don't always understand where all the funding comes from, and I was thinking about the North Broadway thing that we went through with the buffered bike lanes, and if there's ways that we can anticipate situations like that and plan for them. And I don't know if that's a CIP thing or not, but that was an interesting kind of conversation that we had, because we're doing something that's going to last for several years, and the outcome was, I think we're going to do the buffered, which is great. So that might be a recommendation just to think about. But otherwise, I think everything made a lot of sense to me, so I'm pretty good with it as written.
Sorry.
That's all I was going to say.
Cool. That was good. Lupita, you want to go next? Let's move down the.
I might as well go in order. Actually, I enjoyed reading the article and some of the sections on this, and I looked at some of the, especially in the area with regards to the projects that involved, you know, curbing emissions, and I was very pleased to see that there's some very specific things happening in reusing of emissions and reusing them or rerouting them for other applications. I even saw a reference to a heat pump, which I thought we'll never see that here, but it is great. So in looking at just the technical pieces, I was very pleased. So I thought it was very nice and comprehensive in terms of the options that people were looking in terms of the long-term, you know, range of projects to be done. So I was pleased, and I think overall was feeling very good about it. Thank you.
Thanks. Herman?
So I just wanted to say that I think we all need to realize how lucky we are to live in Boulder. I think I get on this soapbox every single year when we go over the CIP. The news has come out that like Flint, Newark now has a drinking water problem. We have our infrastructure renewed at a very regular and aggressive rate here in Boulder. The first CIP tour I ever went on, the gentleman from Parks who was showing us a playground was apologizing that this perfectly beautiful playground hadn't been replaced, and it had been 20 years. We usually like to replace our playgrounds every 15. You know, I grew up in a place where playgrounds never got replaced, and I think that this is a time when I usually like to just thank my lucky stars for living in Boulder, thank staff, thank myself and fellow taxpayers for supporting this level of investment in public infrastructure. Even our neighboring towns, which are doing pretty well, comparatively speaking, compared to similarly sized and situated towns in the United States like Longmont, if you look at what they're spending per citizen, they're spending 50–60% of what we spend per citizen on capital improvements. And when you look at the level of design, when you see projects where, you know, we've been able to figure out how to get water to cross streams of water between a ditch and drainage, and have them not intermingle and solve all the legal problems at the same time with water rights, you know that there's talent in the building that's handling this. But I also want to point out that when you choose to do things like replacing parks that are in perfectly good shape, you have to admit that our capital improvements budget and our priorities are somewhat discretionary, because we're fixing things that don't always need to be fixed, and we also fix a lot of things that really do need to be fixed. And so I find that, you know, the CIP as it's been proposed is wonderful, but I want to focus on the first charge of the planning board, which is to look into the long-term big picture policies of the CIP as it relates to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. And when we look at the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, We see that diversity is a core value. It's a sustainability principle. It's living inside the principles of economic and social sustainability under the plan. And so every year I make a motion, and I'm going to make it again this year, that we recommend that City Council develop guidelines for CIP expenditures that encourage procurement from and contracting with local businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and disadvantaged business enterprises so as to ensure that the CIP better complies with the comp plan, which contains policies promoting diversity, resilience, environmental purchasing, and sustainable business practices that call for purchasing local products and services. I think we can't be 100% of a community if we don't look after ourselves and if we don't have a resilient community that has people from all walks of life and businesses that can actually do the physical stuff that we need to get done in order to keep ourselves alive, to keep ourselves clean. And so it starts here. We've got $600 million to spend. We need to focus some of it on our own.
That's great. I like that motion. Hopefully you'll make it after we go through the list here and we can circle back on it. Yeah, every year when we go through this process, it's always really mind-blowing to see how much work goes on and how much goes into making Boulder be as pleasant as it is. So, and in the back of my head, there is always a bit of a balance of, are we potentially spending money on things where we might divert that kind of resource to solving some of our broader social justice issues, right? And I feel like in this conversation, that's like above my pay grade. So, and then I also get super curious about a ton of projects. So I dive into a lot of detail and I have a million questions, and I realize those questions are the kinds of questions that are really about me being curious and not about me being able to make a decision based on these criteria and recommendations. So I keep those to myself. And I think it's the reformatting of the document, the process, I think is really successful this year. I really love the map, and I love the way you guys have basically pulled out the sheets separately. I think it's a really functional way of expressing kind of just a vast amount of data information. So I really appreciate the information delivery on the whole thing. I think that's all I had to say. Sarah?
I will admit to have been overwhelmed by the CIP.
Year one.
And next year, I hope to be more engaged or more caught up. I would love to go on a CIP tour, and I think I must have missed it this year, but make sure I'm on the list for next year.
Yeah, they're cool.
No one got to go this year.
No one got to go.
You didn't miss it. There was no tour this year.
Okay.
It was lamented. I love the CIP tour.
It was deprioritized, sorry.
Oh, boy.
John?
Yeah, a couple comments. One is that I guess I should mention that the Greenways Advisory Committee met last week and signed off on the proposed CIP as far as they were concerned. And so I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that. There was little to no disagreement with the staff proposal. Plenty of discussion, but no disagreement. I have a couple comments. One related to what I inquired of staff earlier tonight. It seems to me that the SEEP process is very valuable, but it's not being used for those projects that have the greatest impact on Boulder. And the two that come to mind are the Alpine Balsam Project and CU South. And I understand very clearly that there's a huge public process involved with both of those. And that's as it should be. But I think that it is inappropriate to develop a process that is intended for our most significant, most important projects, and then not use it on our most significant, most important projects. So I think that we should, I would like to recommend that those projects undergo the SEEP process, and it could be combined with the other public process that's going on. But an explicit consideration of these issues seems to me to be absolutely appropriate. The other comment that I have is related to my previous participation as showing up at Water Resource Advisory Board meetings. For a while, it was on behalf of the Planning Board and subsequently on my own behalf. And that is, it seems to me that given the speed at which that process is moving, both the annexation process and the flood control and mitigation process, I'm not clear that the capital allocations associated with that are completely up to date. And I know we have Mr. Sullivan here who deals with it, and maybe you might have some comments on that, but I wonder if given the changes which have recently taken place, that is being dealt with in the way that we want it to. So those are my thoughts.
Lupita?
If I may follow up on that, because now you got me thinking. So it appears that there are two processes. I was under the impression that maybe the CEAP process has a specific format that maybe can compare to what has been happening with these two important projects, and to determine whether some of those components have been already addressed. Because to me, to pass it by another process that may be very similar will not make sense to me. But if there are things in the two processes that do not overlap, maybe that will be the focus for the extra work, if that makes any sense to me.
If I can respond. My suggestion is not to repeat or duplicate things that are already being dealt with in the existing process, but I think that having a formal consideration of these environmental and social consequences is very valuable for the decision-making that the city needs to do. And I don't see that is being done in a coherent way under the existing activities.
Sure.
So, Lupita, I was going to say exactly, well, maybe not as eloquently what you just said, and I think the thing to do is probably just to ask staff if there's an analogous environmental review for CU South and Alpine Balsam, and is that why they are not being subjected to the CEAP process here through CIP?
Sure, I can try and answer that a little bit, and I'll start with Alpine Balsam. So a CEAP review is for major capital projects. So for Alpine Balsam right now, and what we'll discuss next tonight is related to the area plan, which is really about land use and design, and really at a policy level. Then the next steps in implementing an area plan include capital infrastructure investments by the city. So that will include any connections or, in this case, city facilities, renovation of buildings. One of the items where a CEAP is described in the City Plans and Projects Handbook, which is a document adopted by the City Council, one of the items that's excluded from a CEAP are projects that would go through concept plan and site review, because that's the tool we use to analyze any kind of impacts or trade-offs for things like buildings. And so that's the tool we will use for anything related to like a city facility, like a building, would be the concept plan and site review process. And then related to the South Boulder Creek flood mitigation project, and if I get any of this wrong, Douglas will correct me. Flood mitigation projects go through kind of two phases. The first is we do a mapping study where we're understanding the floodplain and looking at alternatives based on what the flood maps show. And then the second step is a mitigation study. So the mitigation study is the alternatives analysis tool that's used in flood mitigation projects. So that's why those two projects weren't identified for CEAPs. And Douglas, did I get it right? Okay.
Great.
Let the record show Douglas stuck his thumb up.
David?
Specifically with Alpine Balsam, I did see that is an anticipated area where there will be some sewer upgrades needed. And I assume then maybe when that hits the CIP program, perhaps that specific thing would be considered for a SEEP, or since it's kind of an infrastructure thing being done to support, development that's going on in the area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah,
that will be evaluated?
It's a great question, and so let's use that sewer upgrade example. In the case of like what you saw in the CIP and a project recommended for a SEEP is the interceptor project, the sewer interceptor project. So that's a project where the main sewer interceptor for the city that heads out to the water recovery resource facility. Did I get the new name right? Okay. So really big pipe. And we're looking at different routes for that pipe to go. So there's alternatives to look at. That's a great reason why it's one of the primary reasons that you have a project that does a SEEP is when there are multiple alternatives and you need an evaluation process for those versus where you're doing like a sewer line upgrade where you're just maybe taking a sewer line and replacing it with a slightly bigger pipe in the exact same spot. There's not really an alternatives analysis, it's really an engineering analysis. So in that case, you wouldn't do an alternatives analysis for that replacement.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. John, you want to say something else?
Yeah, for the Alpine Balsam, the city is considering spending a large amount on demolition of existing buildings, I presume. Isn't that the sort of an expenditure, capital expenditure, that merits an examination of this type?
Related specifically to the hospital deconstruction, council has already approved that capital project and funded it, and it's now underway.
With no SEEP?
We did not do a SEEP for that process, no.
Great. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, and if you would like to make a friendly amendment, that would be a good way to dovetail that in. Okay. So I'm going to move the planning board recommends to city council the 2020 to 2025 proposed capital improvement program, including a list of CIP projects to undergo community and environmental assessment process as outlined by the staff memorandum.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Harmon. Does anyone want to speak to that motion? John?
Well, I'd like to offer an amendment when the time is right.
Okay, cool. The time will be right soon. Okay. So if it's accepted by everybody, that's the board's motion now. Do you want to go ahead and make your?
Sure. So I'd like to make a friendly, which would read like this, and Cindy, I can just email you the language because I have it written down so you don't have to type. Planning board further recommends that city council develop guidelines for CIP expenditures to encourage procurement from and contracting with local businesses, minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, and disadvantaged business enterprises so as to ensure that the CIP better complies with the comp plan, which contains policies promoting diversity, resilience, environmental purchasing, and sustainable business practices that call for purchasing of local products and services.
I accept that friendly amendment for sure. That's great.
I accept it too.
Good. It would be surprise
Convenient.
in the moment here if you turn that down. John, I guess we need to vote on that one first, correct? So is that right? Now I'm missing. Okay, right. We need to accept that friendly amendment. Yeah, that friendly first. So does anyone want to speak to that friendly amendment?
I think it's just a fantastic idea. I think we did this last year as well, and I'm fully supported. I think I love the wording.
And I just want to say that Chris Rangelos was kind enough to say to me that staff has actually heard me make this amendment for 3 years running and would like to educate me more about how the city is trying to implement some of those ideas, but we weren't able to meet yet about that. So, Chris, I'm not throwing you under the bus. I'm just, in the absence of any additional information, I'm making the amendment again.
That sounds good.
Cool. John, you want to say something?
I think it's excellent, and I support that.
Great.
I think it merits to be said as many times as necessary until we get it in the books.
Okay, great. I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. John, did you have a second friendly amendment you want to contemplate?
Yeah, I have It might be a friendly amendment. You
Try
can
that first,
listen to
we'll
it and
see.
decide. I would like to suggest that the city use the SEEP process in coordination with its other planning and public participation process as intended when the SEEP process was developed for significant projects such as Alpine Balsam and CU South.
Yeah, I don't accept that as a friendly amendment.
So I'd like to just talk it out a little bit.
Let's do that.
You know, my understanding of the SEEP process is this is kind of like the city's version of EIR, EIS. It's alternatives analysis. And we could do it this way, this way, this way, this way, or the no project alternative. It's like federal NEPA law writ small into our code. And so what I heard Chris Meschuk say is that what the projects that you're specifically talking about didn't go through the alternatives analysis, and in the case of the hospital, has already been funded. So it would be too late to put that through an alternatives analysis. An alternatives analysis for the hospital might look like, you know, do we tear it down to the studs and rebuild it as a apartment building? Do we knock it all the way down and build a new structure? Do we leave it alone and try to find a new hospital tenant? You know, but that's already been decided by council. And so we can't subject that to the SEEP process. So I don't know what you want us to do, what you want us to subject to the SEEP process.
Well, I think there are a number of decisions yet to be made on Alpine Balsam beyond the demolition of the existing old hospital that lend itself to that, for which there'll be a variety of options that should be considered in a systematic way. And I think that's what the SEEP process is intended to do. My intention here isn't to duplicate existing efforts. It's to incorporate existing efforts into a systematic review of the options to ensure that that option is chosen which we really want. That's the intention of environmental impact statements and NEPA. So I think that it is valid. My point is that the very most significant projects that the city is dealing with is not going through that process. And that's what I'm trying to change.
Sure.
So you referenced in your amendment that it's your understanding that this is the way SEEP is supposed to work. So could you just unpack that a little bit?
My perception of the way SEEP is supposed to work, and I'm sure staff will correct me if this is incorrect, is that it's intended to, through a systematic approach, address the possibilities and options available regarding certain projects and certain developments, and consider the consequences of those so that the city can make the choice in a knowledgeable way. I think that is the intention of SEEP. And
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add to
Please
that is that
correct me.
this SEEP process really only applies to capital projects. So for the Alpine Balsam instance, it would really only have to apply to the deconstruction of the hospital. That's the only item that we have in the CIP related to Alpine Balsam. In future years, you will begin to see more additional CIP projects in and around the Alpine Balsam area. But that is the only SEEP or the only CIP project in this CIP that could receive a SEEP at this point.
Yeah, I think what I heard Chris say before was that anything after the deconstruction or anything that comes out of the area plan process that would require a SEEP is still going to require a SEEP. There's not a process here where we're giving that project a pass. So I just want to comment on that. And then the second thing is, the document in our code that lays out what the process is for says, much of what you said, but it basically allows that process to be rolled into a more robust process, which is site plan annexation. Is that a fair way of putting that, Chris?
Yeah, specifically for projects that go through concept plan or site review, those are exempt from a SEEP.
And I think I would just also like to add that the 5-year process working through multiple alternatives on the CU South project is actually, if anything, more than the functional equivalent of an environmental impact statement. You know, we looked at more than your typical 4 or 5 project alternatives through that. And I think if you were trying to spend federal money and were required to do an EIS, you probably would have spent less money and less time on an EIS. As cumbersome as they've become in the last 10 or 15 years, we've still spent more money and time on the alternatives for the CU South floodwater project.
If I can ask a question, that maybe, because I'm now thinking that maybe the separation of thought right now, maybe you're thinking in a more comprehensive, the entire project going through this process versus the individual smaller projects that fit the criteria of being, you know, the infrastructure pieces only. I'm wondering if that is at the core of your concern. I mean, which is a very legitimate concern. Sometimes we focus on one piece and we lose sight of the, you know, of the whole. And so I don't know if that may appease you a little bit. Maybe that is kind of like what you're thinking, that maybe the process for these large projects really merit something of that at a larger scale.
It's actually the inverse of that, because the SEEP is a smaller process than what they're going through now. So the SEEP would really only address components.
That's my point. They only deals with small components, but what he's concerned about is the large project in
Which is why we need to use the larger
that maybe
process.
a mega SEEP project for the entire thing, which I'm just trying to make sense of because I think that their ideas are all good. It's just where are the separation of thought here?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely an important element of my concern, is that we make decisions at a marginal level that lock us into an outcome at a more cumulative level and rob us of the options that we should have considered at an early stage. And that is one of the most important elements of NEPA, which this is not NEPA, but as Harmon explained, it's NEPA light for local purposes.
Sarah?
It sounds like it's a bit of a doorway question. Like, at what point are the decisions made by staff for what would go through SEEP and what wouldn't? And perhaps a solution to that question is early in a year, since we get this revised SEEP every year, is just a conversation with staff, either at City Council or Planning Board, whatever is the appropriate level, that sort of ticks through all the projects that are possibly on the table for a quick conversation about whether a SEEP is appropriate.
I think that would be excellent.
I mean, I'm not trying to make additional work, but just to...
That would be, that's like 4,000 projects. I'm not sure.
Yeah, let me ask can I dovetail on that?
It was just a thought.
Yeah.
So it strikes me that, you know, where we're at with CU South, for example, you know, I mean, the language of saying apply SEEP to CU South, I think just doesn't work because of what SEEP is intended for. So the question I would ask is, if CU South results in an infrastructure project to, say, do some ditch work or to maybe do you know, or some infrastructure thing, then do you have a checkpoint where you ask yourselves, do we need SEEP for this? And you have criteria that drives whether you say yes or no. And if you already have everything kind of analyzed at a different place, maybe you don't need to do it, and then, or maybe you do apply SEEP. Is that a good thing to kind of examine?
Yeah, I think, and let me make sure I understand your question, which is, say, if there's an annexation at CU South, and then as a result of that, there's capital projects identified.
That's right.
yes, then as soon as that capital project is identified, then we would go through and run through the criteria for SEEP and see if it meets the criteria for a SEEP. And if so, we would add that to the list. It's part of why we do a 6-year CIP, is we can look at projects that are anticipated 6 years from now and identify those for a SEEP, so then they can build that into the project timeline. So that would be the process that we would take.
Okay. So, yeah.
No, go ahead, no.
Well, I'll just say the reason I asked that is that it seems to me that we do have a process by which capital projects apply the SEEP to specific projects that might have them, but to apply this process that's meant for capital projects to large development umbrella projects is a shoehorning that probably wouldn't work, is what I'm concluding.
Basically, when the thresholds for SEEPs are triggered, the SEEPs will be happening, basically, I think is the way the document that we're supposed to be following is written. So, I mean, personally, that's why I'm not supporting it, because it basically would be going against the manual that is the manual that tells us how to make decisions. And I don't think that's an appropriate thing for us to be doing. And I totally appreciate what your sentiment is, but I don't agree with the conclusion you're coming to, because I do find the SEEPs that I've reviewed and the site reviews and annexations I've reviewed, I do feel like that the annexations and site reviews and larger projects tick all the boxes of a SEEP adequately. And that I view the SEEP as actually a smaller process. It doesn't have the same kind of outreach that it has for a site review or an annexation. It doesn't go in front of city council, it doesn't come in front of us. So it's actually a much littler process. So I think, I guess I feel like I have a good understanding of the manual and how the decisions are all made. And I feel like we're, it's, on the one hand, we're doing sort of it the way that we're supposed to. And then two, I think it actually is working for that perspective.
I think there may be some misunderstanding. I'm not trying to expand the process. I'm trying to make sure that it's done in a systematic way and that there is a systematic presentation of consequences of various options that are available. And if, as you say, all this work is already being done, then this isn't an expansion of the process. It's a matter of how the results are presented.
So,
Would you like to? Yeah.
You'll
I was going
make your decision, but that's my intention of how I perceived the
yeah, I guess
SEEP process.
Just to respond to that, I feel like that the process that we have is a systematic process that does all those things and that they're following it. So I don't see what a motion would affect. I mean, how would your motion change the current process? And then are we actually modifying a document that's not in front of us tonight?
John, I think your concern is not specifically with SEEP process itself as much as the concern about the 2 projects that are coming before us and that you would like to have the benefit of the SEEP process inform and improve those 2 projects. So maybe it's not necessarily that we have to include it on this particular motion that we're working with, as much as when we have these projects coming before us, we can ask the questions to verify that the benefits of a SEEP project have been implemented for this. I don't know if that's how, I'm trying to find a way so that it really does get what I think you want. You want to make sure that these 2 important projects are vetted and are done the best way possible, and you're looking for ways to benefit from this methodology, from this process that obviously works well for the projects that bringing us now. So maybe at the time when we get to these projects, we can kind of revisit this and apply them, and I think in that case, you can be more specific about the pieces that you're most concerned about, and I will love to work with you to figure out what those are.
I think that's really insightful, actually. That may be the right time to question whether this project is going to the
If I can respond. In fact, I value your thoughts on that, but my concern was not specifically with those projects. I picked those as examples of the biggest, most significant projects I could think of that were going on in town. But my concern is not only with those projects. So
I think maybe we should just to refocus the conversation here, John, would you mind rephrasing or reiterating your motion so that people have it fresh in their minds?
Trying to remember what it was, but
Maybe, did you get it, Cindy, or no, too garbled? Okay.
my recommendation was that the SEEP process be used in connection with future capital investment plan efforts and other decisions by the city on capital investment to ensure that we get the most appropriate alternative for those projects.
Let me ask staff for an opinion. Is a motion like that that suggests that we use SEEP on capital improvement projects a change to our current protocol? It's exactly what we do, isn't it? Yeah.
It is, and I think what I heard in the discussion is John raising some specific examples of ones where he feels like maybe those aren't. So I think I hear what the intent behind it is.
Yeah, and you know, now you and I are both trying to put words in John's mouth after Lupita just put words as well. But let me just ask you, John, so I'm not putting words in your mouth. What Chris said was that we have a 6-year horizon in the CIP. So if a project comes forward and they take a potential project and they look through the criteria for what goes into SEEP and what doesn't, and it meets those criteria, then it gets put in the SEEP track, right? And are you basically saying that you just want that point on the decision tree to be, you know, extremely thoughtfully considered, so that, you know, if the idea is, you know, let's create a drainage solution for this area that's wet, we don't just say we're doing, you know, this project. We say, let's do an analysis and figure out what the best way is to do that project. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, fundamentally, that's correct.
So would you be satisfied if the record just showed that you were advocating for, you know, a really thorough application of the SEEP criteria at the outset of any capital improvement projects insertion into the 6-year pipeline?
Yes, and also at the outset of points where decisions are made that will lead to those capital improvement projects.
Okay.
But I think the way you phrased it is very good.
Okay.
So it sounds like staff has heard the concern. Is that an adequate place to leave this for you, John, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't intend to oppose this CIP. I'm trying to add to it. So.
Okay. Well, I think that was actually really important. So thanks for bringing those concerns up, because that is that's the decision. Are we just saying, we're going to do this project, or are we going to say, what's the best way of doing this project right up front?
Do you want to pursue that motion, or can we let that?
Well, I would like to pursue it. It's not clear to me it'll be successful here, but I would like to give people a chance to vote on it.
Give it the air that you want it to have. So it hasn't been accepted as a friendly amendment. So what we need to do now is vote on it to see if it becomes an amendment. Do you want to say something? Or, no?
Who's going to describe it in a succinct way?
Yeah, I guess
I mean, he needs to, if you guys want him to rephrase the motion, then you can, this will be your third chance to do that. Sometimes we write them down so we get them the same.
Yeah, I should have written this down at the beginning.
Yeah.
Motion is to recommend that there be a formal consideration of the SEEP process to ensure that it's used in all appropriate places for capital investment decisions.
Okay, and I don't accept that as a friendly amendment because I think that's already been done. I think it's a useful motion. So since it's not being accepted as a friendly, then we need to vote on it, see if it becomes an amendment to the motion on the table. So I'll call the question now. Who's in favor of having this be an amendment to the motion? Okay, and everybody else is opposed, looks like.
You can come in with them.
You got to be yes or no, so I don't.
Okay, you can come in and say yes.
Okay, so it's,
I think the thought is right. I will need to look at the actual readings.
do you want to speak to the motion now, or do you want to just vote? Because I'm trying to get us to proceed through the process here. So right now, it looks like we have 2 in favor, 4 opposed, or did you?
This is
Come
one of
to
those, one of those ones where I don't know enough to vote. So I will vote yes because I don't know enough to vote no.
Okay, so that motion fails 3-3. So now let's go ahead and vote on the motion on the table, which is to recommend the CIP to City Council, along with Harmon's friendly amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Cool, we did it. So I want to give us a maybe 10-minute break before the next thing starts. Folks in the audience, if you want to speak to us on Alpine Balsam, you'll want to sign up with Cindy before the hearing continues.
I said log in on your.
I didn't get mine through.
Patients right here. This is it, yeah.
I was voted down by probably everybody but Ron.
Really? And last year you were absent for CIP, I think. Did somebody do it?
I don't know if somebody did it in my stead.
It sounds so familiar. Maybe 2 years ago we did it.
2 years ago, we did it.
Okay, and I was there.
And that was your first.
That was my first CIP review. Okay. Boy, it's starting to blend. I was like, we did North Boulder Public Library a year ago.
Starting to really get on the board for a while, huh?
It feels like it was like 2 months ago. It's like a year. Sometimes I go like reference my old notes on stuff. And so I was looking for the CIP.
probably because you were having impure thoughts.
Outside. I use spray paint. I use that.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, great. We'll reconvene for the second of our two public hearing items tonight, which is a public hearing and direction on this draft Alpine Balsam Area Plan. We'll start off again with a public presentation, or a staff presentation, and then planning board members will ask staff questions, and then we'll have an opportunity for members of the public to speak to the board, and then we'll return to us for deliberations. Chris?
Jim Robertson and Gene Gutz are here to present this item.
Good evening.
Thank you, Chris, for your brevity. I'm Jim Robertson, Comprehensive Planning Manager for the City of Boulder. I do want to point out that in addition to the three of us here on the dais, we are joined by multiple colleagues representing subject matter expertise in a range of topics, utilities and flood, all things transportation, parking, traffic, transportation, demand management, housing, urban design. So we hope to be able to address as best as possible any question you can bring our way. So with that, I will proceed. These are the questions we wanted to let you know in advance, the questions we will be asking you. And essentially, these are organized around the different components of the plan, the draft area plan that we will be introducing to you tonight. Urban design, connections, access and mobility, land use. I would draw your attention as well to the second question, which is we would like to get your feedback and recommendations regarding a set of criteria, if you will, that we are proposing to guide ongoing staff negotiations with Boulder County regarding the county's potential participation at the city-owned site. So we opted to organize our presentation tonight around 5 really fundamental questions. I got to thinking, what are the questions somebody would want answered if they wanted to understand the draft area plan that we are presenting this evening? So just to state the obvious, I'll just go through them. Why are we doing an area plan? How will the plan be used? How was this developed? What does it say? And then what are the next steps? What are we going to do with it? I thought those would cover most of the waterfront in terms of what somebody would want to know if they wanted to understand the draft area plan. So I'll address the first couple of those questions, and then I'll pass the baton to Gene, who will take it from there. So the first question that we pose for answering is why an area plan? And I will give you a variety, sort of, in some ways, working a little bit from the top down. Area planning is something specifically recognized in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And it goes on to actually identify what is the role of area plans in our community. And they're developed for areas with opportunities that perhaps need closer scrutiny than can be addressed within the comprehensive plan itself. They're designed to develop a common understanding of expected changes. They're designed to sort of look at things like what are the desired characteristics of the area that is subject to planning, those that we want to preserve, those that we want to enhance, things like what may be missing here, and then to achieve, and then they're designed to identify methods for implementing the area plan. So that's what the comprehensive plan says is the role of area plans. In this particular case, there are some other reasons why we are developing an area plan as well. In one, the departure of an important presence in the neighborhood. The Boulder Community Hospital has been at the Alpine Balsam Neighborhood Center for, if I'm not mistaken, 94 or 96 years, something like that. And it now has vacated and moved to its new campus out on the east side of Foothills. We're also doing an area plan in part to meet a need, and this was one of the needs that was identified when the city decided to purchase the hospital assets in 2015 to meet a need for a centralized hub for the delivery of civic services. Another critical need that was that was identified at that time was the critical need for housing, especially affordable housing in our community. This is another thing that the comprehensive plan says about neighborhood centers, and I would like to point out that Alpine Balsam, before ever kicking off an area plan, was already identified as a neighborhood center in the portion of our comprehensive plan that talks about the structure of our city. It talks about regional centers, neighborhood centers, what are the ingredients that make up our city. And this is what it says about neighborhood centers. Provide goods and services for day-to-day needs of residents and workers, easily accessible from surrounding areas, sense of place, achievement of the so-called 15-minute neighborhood idea, with a mix and range of goods and services. And then the final thing I'll point to is that this neighborhood center is, in some ways, a pearl along a string of pearls running north-south along Broadway. And this was brought to light and amplified and explored via a tool we developed a few years ago, the Central Broadway Corridor Design Framework, which is now incorporated into the comprehensive plan. And so this neighborhood sort of plays a key role along Broadway. So now I'm going to transition to the second question about how will the plan be used. This is repeat. This is what I had up a few minutes ago. Common understanding of the expected changes, desired characteristics, and identifying implementation methods. This gives you a flavor of how it would be used. I'd like to be a little more specific. One of the things that will happen after this plan, and the role of the plan is, and part of its purpose, is to guide us in amendments to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. As many know, the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan contains a map that shows the land use designations for all of the land within our city. And so this will be used the area plan will be used as a way of guiding amendments to the comprehensive plan to reflect desired land use designations. It will also be used as the basis for future zoning, and we can actually get into that a little bit more as we perhaps get into the land use portion of the discussion tonight. But we've tried to be, in the draft area plan, descriptive enough using words, pictures, and otherwise to give everybody, the reader, as well as those of us, and really all of us will play a role in implementing this plan, guidance as we make zoning decisions during the process of implementing this plan. The urban design plan will inform those zoning decisions. In other words, it will also contribute to us having a sound understanding of what are the community's expectations as to how the area should be zoned. But the urban design plan also will be used for any cases that go through the site planning process or the site review process to give us a more refined look at what projects that maybe occur in this area in the future, what those characteristics should be. The area plan also has a connections plan, and that will be essentially a right-of-way plan that will be administered like we do other right-of-way plans for things like preserving and acquiring right-of-way, for guiding capital improvement planning, like you just saw in your earlier item. So one of the key steps in sort of beginning to bring this draft or this area plans to use after it's adopted will be the development of a far more detailed implementation plan than is part of the plan right now. And that will including things like I've just talked about, amending land use designations and zoning, phasing, identifying and inventorying and identifying phasing and funding for capital improvements. And then it will also guide coordinating site redevelopment, especially on the city plan.
Excuse me. Bless you.
So with that, I will turn it over to Jean, who will take questions 3, 4, and 5.
Great, thank you. As you know, we've talked about this plan development on quite a number of times over the past year and year plus. The vision plan was adopted in 2017 after about a year of community engagement, and that plan outlined the really broad aspirations for site redevelopment. We started the area planning process early last year, and there have been 4 phases of community engagement that have shaped the analysis and all of the considerations for this plan. We've shared what was learned from the community members at each update and presentation of information to the planning board and to the council. And all of this I can point you to is captured on the project website with the most recent feedback summary included as the attachment to your memo. After we shared the draft options and the plan components, as you recall from our conversation last year in June, we refined those materials and shared that information to garner community feedback. We held 4 open houses, 2 walking tours, an online questionnaire, and meetings with property owners and community members. The key themes were similar to what we've heard in prior community engagement, an emphasis for affordable housing. We had the option about the potential for Boulder County to be relocated with the Alpine Balsam site and Iris and Broadway. Community members expressed interest, but similar to the board, had questions about that. A lot of support for for the mixing of uses and mixed use in the area. And again, a range of views about densities and building heights, interest in the access and mobility strategy, but also concerns about traffic and parking. And again, to the site redevelopment, consistent feedback that really the hopes and dreams that this will be a really big benefit to the area, to the neighborhood, and to the city. So with that, what does the plan say? And I'm sure that you all have done a deep dive into our draft plan. As you know, the components that you saw in June include the land use and urban design components. There's a historic preservation chapter. We have the connections plan, access and mobility strategy, urban services, and the next steps. What's in this draft plan has been refined and narrowed based on the community feedback and the assessment of how to best address all of the goals. So with the goals, this draft plan describes a vision for the area, building on that adopted vision plan, the analysis, the community feedback, the direction that we've received from the planning board and the city council over the past year. It really talks about the unique nature of this area as a mixed-use neighborhood center close to the town that will be a new neighborhood for the civic use, city and potentially county service centers replacing the Boulder Community Hospital. It'll be a new place. It'll be a place for new housing woven into the fabric of an area that's already rich in diverse housing, and it offers an incredible opportunity to further the city's access, mobility, sustainability, and climate goals in ways that benefit not just this site, but the entire area. So I'm sure, as you saw, the land use and urban design components were really that key bulk, the primary component of the plan. They lay out the future land uses and character for the area that includes a mix of civic, residential, retail uses, as well as mixed use that would allow both housing and commercial uses. What's recommended aims to balance many of the goals and address the concerns. These recommendations are based on longstanding policy from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan for Sustainable Urban Form, specifically policy direction to seek opportunities to improve the jobs housing balance by encouraging new housing and mixed-use neighborhoods in areas close to where people work, encouraging transit and all-mode access and mobility. The recommended land uses for the site and for the area consider what is desired to be achieved in terms of new development and new housing with the development, with density and character of the area, acknowledging that this area is currently the site of a large hospital, adjacent to a treasured retail center, a treasured neighborhood park, both single-family and multifamily housing, and a major transportation corridor. The land use plan proposes the most intensity where it has been, in the neighborhood center core, right at Broadway and Alpine, decreasing from that core to transition to the residential areas outside that plan boundary. So before I jump into each one of the components of the land use, I just want to talk a little bit about what do we mean by these terms, because they're kind of confusing. And I know that community members probably have some questions too. So what the plan outlines are land use designations and prototypes. And as Jim mentioned, these will be used in conjunction with the urban design pieces to inform the regulatory changes, the changes to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan land use map, as well as zoning, specific zoning. So either application of current zoning districts or development of new ones. The prototypes we are using to get more specific about that desired character. We can use both the description and the images to help define what's in the range of what is appropriate without being too prescriptive. And these will help us identify that appropriate zoning as well as design controls. So what are the land uses that are proposed in the different areas? The first one I want to talk about is the civic, where we've proposed that for where we would have the new city service center at the renovated medical pavilion, the Brenton building, and potentially in part of that hatched part in the south part of the site where we might relocate the Boulder County Service Center as well. For housing, residential in a number of ways, both in the residential prototypes and with the mixed use. HDR1, high density residential 1, similar to townhomes and potentially small apartments with a 3-story max. As you can see, is in a lot of both the existing areas of the within the planning boundary, and also proposed for the west the west block of the site. And this is sort of a similar in nature to, I think, what's talked about with a lot of the community feedback of the nature character of the Holiday neighborhood. High density residential 2, come on. 3-story apartments or stacked flats. Really, we're proposing this only in that center block, on the northern part of the center block along Balsam. And we would note that there'll be a very significant setback from Balsam that will accommodate the flood mitigation conveyance area there. And then the high density residential 3, which is the 4-story apartments, is proposed only in the south part of the center block for the site, and that is the either or with the public, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Noting on both of these, the 2 higher categories of high density residential, there are quite a few examples in the wider area of 3- and 4-story residential buildings that have been developed with a dwelling unit per acre that range from 30 plus all the way up to 70 on some of the parcels.
Can I just ask a quick question on the land use? So in the comp plan, high density residential is just a single land use. And there are zones that match the 1, 2, and 3. So, and which I find very helpful, but are we really talking kind of about the zone, the difference between the HR 1, 2, and 3 zones? RH 1, 2, and 3, or?
We're not being specific about which zones match which things yet.
I see. So we're really trying to stay, but currently in the comp plan, we only have one designation. So you're just kind of making further divisions in land use for the purposes of discussion.
And to inform the potential zoning.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
I think so, yeah.
As long as there's an interruption here.
Sorry about that.
You mentioned that there was some high-density residential 3 areas in this neighborhood?
Not
Where is that?
necessarily designated that way, but when you look at the analysis of what is developed, and so much of the area, or certain parts of the area, developed prior to our current zoning. There are older buildings. and they are at a higher density that,
In this
within the
neighborhood?
planning boundary.
Where?
So
We can,
we need to, you want to
Go for it.
We need to
we
have
could point you to.
members of the public not speak out during this hearing process. If you have an issue that you like, you can do like that, or if you don't like it, you can do like that. But, I think when we first heard high-density residential, it sounded like somebody's bike tire lost a little air. I don't know if somebody was actually hissing, but we need to stay civil and let the process go.
So I can point to there's a map of existing conditions report that is online that I think you guys received at probably June, if not earlier than I think actually in the February meeting as well. We could pull up a map, but there's more information about the dwelling units per acre by parcel in the planning area. Okay, where was I? Were the opportunity for housing with mixed use. Okay. All right. I want to just talk a little bit about the three levels of high-density residential, as the way that the approach is that these represent a way to balance both the strong desire to keep much of the neighborhood at up to 3 stories, but include a few places that are appropriate for a little bit higher density in order to achieve sufficient density and number of units to make progress on our affordable housing goals. With that, we have proposed mixed use in the area also to offer a way to add housing. And I'll talk about mixed use again in another minute. This can accommodate a range of non-residential uses, non-residential or commercial uses as are existing today, but afford that opportunity to add housing should places redevelop. The high density, or the mixed use 2, so mixed use 1 up to about 3 stories, mixed use 2 up to 4 stories, in very select locations. Here we go. Where did my stars go? There they go. The mixed use 2 in select locations in the neighborhood center core along Broadway and proposed on that south side of Alpine. And that northern portion of the city site block, the east block in the northeast corner there is included. We included that as a mixed use instead of public, as intending that as sort of a flex space that just keeping the planning open so that as the facilities master planning proceeds, that could be additional space for other city facilities, or it could be housing with some ground floor uses. But we designated that as the mixed use to accommodate some flexibility for the future planning for that area, and noting that it would have that also the significant setback from Balsam because of the flood conveyance area. So what does this mean in terms of new housing? There are some pretty wide ranges described in the plan because there are so many factors that will determine what happens. The potential for new housing on the site ranges from about approximately 120 units up to approximately 260, depending on the uses for each block. Redevelopment in the wider area that might occur over the longer term future is estimated at about 250 to potentially about 380 units, and that's all dependent on private landowners' choice to redevelop or change uses. Okay, mixed use. So we talked a little bit about mixed use in the context of affording an opportunity for more housing. But another one of the reasons why we're proposing more mixed use in these areas along both the east and west sides of Broadway to generally enable the existing retail businesses to remain and potentially new retail or other commercial uses to emerge. The mixed-use designations offer several benefits. They provide flexibility should the market demand change in the short term or over a longer term period, and they can provide that healthy intermingling of uses, contributing to the 15-minute neighborhood and where all the needs are met, housing, retail, employment, et cetera, within that relatively compact area. The mixed-use designations do not require the buildings to be mixed use. They could be all residential, they could be all non-residential, or a combination of the two. However, as noted in the urban design plan, certain buildings and frontages are required to provide space for active uses, retail or other non-residential uses that contribute to that active pedestrian environment at the ground level. So, urban design plan. The purpose of the urban design plan, there we go, one more, there we go, is to guide the maintenance and improvement of the built environment and the public realm. It identifies aspects and features of the spaces between the buildings and provides initial guidance for the design character of the future buildings. The urban design objectives describe elements necessary to achieve a high-quality built environment and public realm, and the plan will guide any future design controls that might include design guidelines or form-based code or other tools, and that will be identified as part of the implementation plan. This section includes urban design strategies for the following areas: built form, public realm and open space, connectivity, and also sustainability. The key elements of the urban design plan include streetscape and connections improvements, identifying where would be active ground floor uses along Broadway, locations for parks and open space, notably the new plaza on the site with the pavilion renovation and the linear greenway for flood mitigation along Balsam. And then our urban design plan also outlines future building heights. So just want to note the mixed use 1 and high density 2 areas in green speak to the community feedback about not wanting to see buildings be so boxy or so cookie cutter. And especially with the mixed use, allowing that little bit of extra height to adequately accommodate a ground floor, the ground floor non-residential with two floors of housing above. We have a historic preservation element within the plan that describes really the eclectic character of the neighborhood that has evolved over time, recognizing that there are a number of buildings that appear to have potential historic and architectural significance. The area plan purpose is not to change or preempt any of the city's processes or programs for preservation, but simply to highlight that this is an important characteristic of the area. All right, connections plan. You saw this in June as well, and we've refined since then. The connections plan recommends a number of improvements to make getting around the area safer, easier, and more pleasant by all modes. It includes new street connections through the site, a new future connection breaking up the block between Alpine and North, alley improvements, and pedestrian improvements. It also includes transit stop improvements and a mobility plaza or a hub that's on the city site. There's a lot recommended in this plan, and we could spend a lot of time on it, but in the interest of time, I'm going to move ahead, and we can answer any more specific questions as we move through. Similar on the access and mobility strategy, we've talked about this in this way, the intent for a robust access and mobility strategy at every point of discussion with this plan. It's based on vehicle trip reduction goals with the Transportation Master Plan and climate commitment goals, as well as citywide parking and behavior data. The direction has been consistent to emphasize access by all modes, include a proactive strategy, including TDM elements to encourage making getting around without a car easier, transit improvements, parking improvements, and a parking strategy guided by the SUMP principles and potential improvement district to fund the programs and services. Also, the key element to this is to maximize the use of the existing parking structure, investing in programs that further our adopted goals as opposed to investing in constructing more parking. We have an urban services section in the plan that includes the evaluation for the provision of urban services in an area that's already fully developed, and it recommends ways to mitigate any potential new impacts, also identifying new opportunities, such as where we might add arts and culture. The flood mitigation, we spent a bunch of time on at our last meeting as well, noting that we're not recommending the mitigation in North Boulder Park, but all of it on the site. This wide greenway will be designated to carry the stormwater when there are rain events, but will likely be dry most of the time. It requires that significant setback from Balsam, and noting that this actual size of this will be determined as we do more engineering work with the actual site grading and planning. So before I move on to before I close with the next steps, I just wanted to quickly summarize the key elements that are proposed for the city site, all in one package, and talk a little bit more about the approach that we outlined for further consideration for relocating the Boulder County services to Alpine Balsam from Broadway and Iris. As a full package, when you see it all together, we think that what this proposes truly enhances the area in ways that are described in the vision plan and through the goals and objectives for this area plan. We've gotten a lot of comments in the last week about the potential impacts, and I just would encourage folks to truly take a look at what's in the plan, all of the pieces of that, and the recommendations and the prototypes to fully understand what's proposed here, because I think that there's a lot that will provide a long-term benefit to the community. So again, this includes the renovation of the medical pavilion, the flex space in the northeast corner that would be for civic uses, and either high-density housing on that southern portion of the center block, townhomes on the west block, and stack flats or apartments on the northern section of the center block. There are new connections, the new street at 11th, and bike and ped connections east and west through the site, the new public plaza and mobility plaza, the flood mitigation conveyance area along Balsam that will include a multi-use path, and then the shared parking in the structure. So that, again, the hatched areas provide us some more flexibility for future planning to really best determine what's the best outcome. As I described, the flex space on the east block could be additional civic uses or civic uses on a ground floor with housing above or housing. And the flex area in the center block was identified in conjunction with our Boulder County staff. We have Deb Gardner, the Boulder County Commissioner, and James Butler from Boulder County here to answer questions if you should have them. Our staff and consultants got together and took a closer look at how we might best accommodate the relocation of the Boulder County facilities on this site and meet their space needs. And what we determined is the preferred area would be at that south parcel there along Alpine that aligns nicely with the mental health partners on the other side of Alpine and could facilitate the shared parking in the garage. Again, there are trade-offs, as with any of the decisions around what this site would develop. It would displace some of the potential housing, and we worked with the Boulder County staff, and they provided some analysis that was included in your materials on the very wide range of potential housing at an early initial analysis that could be accommodated potentially at Iris and Broadway, depending on lots of those factors. So our approach was to try to come up with something that allows us to move forward with an either-or, dependent on much more analysis and much more evaluation. The county is in a process to evaluate this along with other sites, and so we would continue to work with them. We've outlined a number of potential criteria to help shape what those next steps and that analysis might look like that outline housing, site development, some of the key pieces that seem to be what we need to solve as we move forward to see whether this will work or not. So with that, next steps. Jim outlined a number of these for once Once there's plan adoption, we have lots more steps to continue this narrowing process to get more specific about what happens in the site. Also, then regulatory changes that would be for within the wider area, and then redevelopment change happening over time. Near-term next steps, we'll be discussing the same draft plan with the City Council at the end of the month on August 27th. We will all share with them the feedback that comes from this board in order to revise the plan and come back to, we're aiming for a joint public hearing and then adoption by the end of September, early October. And with that, we would be happy to take clarifying questions.
Great. Before we do the questions, I just want to see if our friends from the county would like to add anything, just to give you an opportunity to speak to us if you want to. You don't need to if you don't want to. Okay, great. Thank you for coming. Anyone have questions for city staff? Sarah, go ahead.
So I just have a bunch of clarifying questions. The first is, we got a lot of emails from residents, neighborhood residents, asking planning board to start a landmarking process. And I would really appreciate if you could spend 2 minutes explaining how the landmarking process works, because I don't believe it starts with us. So if you could just help the public understand what that process would be.
Sure. So the Historic Preservation Program is the program that administers landmark designations of properties, and a landmark designation can be initiated by several different ways, but it's the city's landmarks board that has the quasi-judicial authority to address landmark designations.
So who would bring a request like that to the landmarks board? Just
The most typical way it happens is the property owner themselves brings a landmark designation forward to landmark their property. The Landmarks Board and the City Council also have authority to initiate landmark designations, and then a certified historic preservation organization is also allowed to initiate an application. It still has to be accepted or initiated by the Landmarks Board.
Okay, thank you.
Could I add on to that?
Question.
I have something.
You want to pile on that?
On them. Yeah, so if it is not landmarked, though, the properties are, the two shopping centers are over 50 years old, don't they? If they want to alter those properties or do any demolition, doesn't that automatically trigger some action by the city to take a look at it and potentially run it by the Landmarks Board? So then they could consider taking some action?
Correct. The city has a non-designated demolition review requirement. So any building that's over 50 years of age and it's proposed for demolition, and demolition has a very specific definition regarding the amount of walls or roof area that are removed, then it triggers a review process. And the idea behind that is to ensure buildings that are significant to the city's architectural, historical, or cultural heritage are not lost. So it's kind of a catch process. So there are safeguards in place to ensure that significant buildings to our community are not lost.
You want to go ahead?
I have a bunch, so let's go back.
Yeah, okay, we'll feather you in. And if people ask a question that you need to hop on the tail of it, please do that. I think it's a good way for us to process information. So, Lupita?
Yeah, my question has to do with the mixed-use denomination. When we're looking at buildings that either 3 or 4 floors, is it usually that the commercial applications or the commercial services are going to be only in the first floor, or is that there's enough flexibility that you can have them entirely of that, all 3 or 4 floors completely commercial, or 2, whatever, so how much flexibility are we talking about with regards to this?
Let's see if I get this right. I think that we can, that will depend on the zoning as well, but the intention is to allow more flexibility, really aiming to be pointed about the first floor active uses, and allow the flexibility that it could be a vertical mix or one or the other.
I will just to clarify, hopefully to clarify, not to change anything Jean said, but so the draft area plan recommends the fairly liberal application of mixed-use land designation, as you saw. In many of those circumstances, on many of those locations, a building that we've identified as mixed use could be, for example, 100% residential, 100% non-residential, or a combination of the two. In a handful of circumstances located primarily along Broadway, we have identified, and this is in the urban design portion of the plan, we have identified certain locations where, based on what we've heard and what exists there today, really trying to mimic what exists there today, that the ground level in those locations, regardless of what occurs up on upper floors, the ground level should be active in some ways, whether it's retail or some other use that lends activity and interest to the street.
Arvin?
So, maybe this will help a little bit for people to understand. Usually when we have a guiding document like a plan, it has an underlying land use designation that's specified. And then over time, we dovetail the zoning districts into that plan, or maybe we wholesale rezone the area as an implementation measure for the plan. Has staff considered whether, we're looking at a rezoning to dovetail the zoning with the eventual decisions on the land use districts that underlie, or are we expecting that individual applications are going to come in for rezoning saying, we'd like to have this particular zoning district that comports with the new Alpine Balsam area plan underlying land use designation?
Yeah, so our most typical approach is once the plan is adopted, then the next step is if there are any necessary land use map changes in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, those occur first. And then depending on phasing that's desired. So first is the land use map.
So you can't just adopt the AB area plan as part of the comp plan and incorporate it by reference with the maps in this plan. You'd actually go through a comp plan update process to dovetail those maps too.
We actually, in the 2015 update, we modified the plan so we can, as a part of the area plan adoption, also modify the land use map at that time.
Okay.
Then the next step would be, does the land use recommendations in the plan, how do we implement those, and when do we want to implement those through rezoning, if there is a rezoning necessary? And in this case, there are some areas that probably would and some areas that probably won't. And that usually occurs in what we call a comprehensive rezoning, where we will initiate a rezoning process for a group of properties. For example, in Boulder Junction or the Transit Village area plan, from an example of the zoning process, we did a phasing process in that, so only half of that plan area right now has been rezoned and allowed for redevelopment. The second half has not been rezoned yet, and it's a phasing tool that we can use. But that's then the next step, is either applying new zoning districts, tweaking zoning districts, or writing new zoning districts that would then be applied to the area.
Okay.
If I might, and this is patently obvious to many in the room, but perhaps not to others, the process that Chris just described, there are many points along that process where it's a very public process involving the opportunity for the public to provide comments in a multiple of ways, including appearing at a public hearing and sharing their thoughts on any recommendations that are made.
Cool. David, you want?
And dovetailing on that, I think zoning changes are done through ordinance process, right? It would be.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's important.
Yeah, so it would come to planning board and city council.
Yeah. And can I expound a little bit, since we're talking about, we also have the moratorium on height exemptions beyond 35 feet at this point, and I don't think that Alpine Balsam falls in an area where that is outside of that moratorium right now. And we do have an intention of allowing some some 35 to, some heights between 35 and 55 feet in various areas. Do we intend, would that be something that we would expect the community benefits thing to come in and kind of in time to say, to kind of open this up, or do you expect to have to do specific ordinances to modify that moratorium to get around that at this point? Or have you thought that through yet?
Yeah, so the community benefit project is currently in its first phase and is anticipated to come before council later this fall. So whether height, depending on what happens with that community benefit process, that may address it. Or it may be that if the area plan is adopted and it envisions portions of the site as it's described now that would go above the base zoning height up to 55 feet, then there may be a process to bring forward to add this area to Appendix J in the land use code.
And that would probably be an ordinance.
It would be.
Thanks.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah, please, Sarah.
It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that once there is an area plan, an area is removed from the 35-foot height limit moratorium. Is that correct?
There's an appendix map in the land use code that shows the areas that are exempt from the height ordinance. And so we would need to amend that map to exempt this geographic area from.
But once there's an area plan, one could do that. We could do that through an ordinance.
Correct. That would be the idea. Is first, let's adopt the vision for this area, and then if the vision is that, as Jim and Jean described, of we may want building forms that are not flat roofs, and if we want pitched roofs in certain areas, that may necessitate going above the base zoning height, and then we would bring forward that ordinance to allow that to occur.
Okay, but so an implication for our conversation is specific height limitations or non-limitations should be a part of this discussion so that we are clear if in fact some version of this area plan is approved, that we're very clear what's 35 feet plus a smudge and what might be 55 feet or not. I just want to be clear that is a thing we really need to be clear about.
Correct, and that's part of why there was included in the draft plan is the height map to really make sure we're clear on what the intention would be in different parts of the plan area.
Yeah, and if I could, just to make sure that both you, the planning board, but those others who are listening, that was really, for those who have looked at the plan, the urban design plan, which is where we talk about height, we did not approach it like an on-off switch in terms of 35 feet or, yes, 55 feet. We tried to, listening to the community, applying sound planning principles, looking at what's in the area now and so forth, take a more nuanced, fine-grained approach towards height as opposed to an on-off switch 55, 35. And so that's why we went into a little bit of detail about in this location, for example, a height modification could be sought, but only for the purposes of not adding a floor. It would still be limited, for example, to 3 floors, but just to allow a roof form other than just a flat, what some people think of as a boring roof. So we tried to be fairly fine-grained in our approach towards that, and and so you are absolutely right that this is the time to help the community form express a clear set of intentions around that.
So I don't want to, I appreciate the fine-grainedness of it, and I am cognizant of the fact that there are a couple of parcels here where the prototype land use would allow up to 55 feet. And I'm pinning that for future discussion, that's all.
Herman's been trying to jump in a little bit. You want to say something?
Yeah, no, I just want to say that we also really need to be clear that the zoning district that gets applied eventually after the land use map is changed is not going to be a zoning district that allows for site review, and nobody's going to be going over the 35-foot limit unless they've gone through a site review process and the map of the areas that are not subject to the height ordinance gets amended to allow this area to accept over 35 feet. So does having a plan where the prototypical building in an area and a land use district is over 35 feet kind of add a presumption that, you know, a site review that comes forward that asks for more than 35 feet should probably be approved as being compliant with that plan, provided that the appendix gets changed by ordinance? Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And we need to think about that. Where are we kind of queuing things up for potentially exceeding the 35-foot limit? But we also need to be really clear, and it doesn't sound like the conversation has been clear to me, which is why I'm speaking right now, that this plan does not lift that 35-foot limit at all.
Yeah, and that's why I asked the question. And I think that it's important to I know that not everybody on the dais was there during the community benefits, but we've extended that more. We've approved or recommended to council extending that moratorium twice, I think, to waiting for the community benefits thing, which is intended to provide clarity around the exemption citywide. So the moratorium stayed in place pending community benefits, which is really supposed to sort of lift all that. Anyway, go ahead.
I actually was very pleased when I saw that, because as I was reading through the plans and I saw we know we were very strict about the 35 feet, and yet it was, at least for me, very clear that this was proposed as a response to the concerns from the community, where they wanted something better. And so I was very pleased to say, you know, this is I would say the epitome of responsiveness to what our community wants to see. If we're going to do something new, it's not just go by the book, which many people blindly do and don't necessarily produce something great. But I thought this is actually a good compromise where they listen to the community, because that was part of what happened in June. It seemed that the community had enough concerns, and I thought, I think there are parts of that that are very legitimate, and to have these instances where, you know, code or, you know, I don't know, the rules are somewhat bent for the benefit of the larger community. I think that's what I would like people to focus on, because for what it's worth, we do try to listen to people, and we want to come up with the best thing for the whole city. And a neighborhood is part of a city, but at the end, a community involves many communities, sub-communities, and sometimes you do the best you can. And so this is one instance when I thought, oh, I can see what the compromise was, and I thought it was an easy one, but, you know, even in this discussion, it seems like it wasn't so clear. So for everybody to put in their, you know, the 2 cents in terms of all of the different things that are going to make a decision change like this, it is because you want to do the right thing, and then you have to deal with these obstacles, courses that you go through. So nonetheless, I just want to commend you, because when I saw that, I was very pleased. And I hope that, like that, there will be other instances that will percolate during the conversation, that in fact, this process is being informed and decisions are being made with the community, those nearby, as well as the larger community in mind, right? Thank you so much.
Cool. So this we can stay focused on questions for clarification purposes. But that was good. I think we were all working towards understanding the things in front of us. So I appreciate the way we're doing that. David, and then maybe John.
All right. I guess I'll put our county folks on the spot for just a second. I really appreciate that you did a look at how much housing potential there is up at the Iris and Broadway area, and I just wondered if there's any guidance you can give us into, like, did you consider like ownership? You know, obviously, if we could come up with money and the city could buy that and we could do an area plan up there, we'd have a lot more control over the housing outcomes. Or did you just kind of look at, well, given the kinds of land use that we might apply to this area, these are the ranges. So if you could just kind of give us a little idea of how in depth you went, and because I doubt that we can talk about the ownership possibilities at this point, but if we can, that'd be great too.
So I'm James Butler, Boulder County Building Services. This is Deb Gardner, County Commissioner. I'm hoping that Jane can bring up the map that we had developed that shows the housing options for Broadway and Iris, which is, I think, what you're asking.
Yes, I've got that up on my screen, but I don't think others can see it.
So we own that whole parcel.
Yes.
Yeah.
You do.
Just to be clear.
And so the idea would be that if you moved into Alpine Balsam, then you may keep the parcel, you may sell it. Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, I don't believe so, because I don't think from a financial standpoint, we've had the consideration that we probably needed to be selling that to be able to develop at the Alpine Balsam site. And so to whom it was sold, I think that would be up for negotiations, and ideally, obviously, our preference is for that to be affordable housing, and so maybe to Boulder Housing Partners or some partnership with our housing authority as well, but I think the options are many.
Okay.
And so when you look at this map, there's many different colors up there which kind of designate different kind of housing options that are available. You can also see kind of dashed in, there's a lot of the existing buildings there, 2 of which are over 50 years old. One is the old county hospital, which we know has historic significance. And the one just south of that, which is C in the bottom left corner. That one is over 50 years old, but it has windows that are narrow. And so for that to become housing, it would be problematic because you need a certain egress width for windows. And so we kind of, Coburn, I want to give a shout out, it wasn't me that developed this plan. But when we looked at that, they thought that this could be a good opportunity to reuse that building for some kind of a community center or a daycare, offices, some kind of a mixed use for that specific building. But then when you look at all of these different options, as you know, to the east side of the site, there's 4 existing ball fields. Boulder County's not really in the business of active recreation, and the city is. And so we've reached out to the city a couple of times to say, hey, you know, when we reach out to the community and say, well, what are the options on this site? Should we maintain these 4 ball fields, or should we sell them for housing? Would you be willing to take them on from a management standpoint? And the city said, I want to get her name right, but I won't. But yeah, they said that they are in the business of managing, but they wouldn't invest in any property. So if we gave them the property, they would manage it.
Okay.
But if we were to move the ball fields, it would be on us to develop that new ball field. So, yeah, hopefully that makes sense, everybody. So if we're looking at the different housing options, and you just take everything on the east side of the site, kind of the orange and yellows and beige on the right side of that index there, you can say, if we're keeping those ball fields as is, I believe we can get 50 to 240 housing units on this site. Yeah. And maintaining the 2 buildings that we're saying have some historic significance. But then if we were to say that the ball fields are in play, and we would move them to a different location, obviously we'd have to go through a community engagement process to see, you know, what does the community at large think of that idea? What are the other options? We're looking between 120 to 420 housing units on that site. So there's a huge potential on the site, but there's a lot of different options. Right, and I don't want to, you know, be presumptuous and say I know what the answer is. I just want to lay out a plan for you to think about the different options: historic buildings, ball fields. There's also a floodplain through here that needs to be considered too. And to give you kind of a roadmap of this, kind of the lower density housing are the lighter shade of beige, and then medium scale, and then it gets darker towards the corner. And that's kind of a good smart growth strategy to keep kind of the noise of the street kind of buffering with a higher density housing on the corner.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
Great. Well, I really appreciated that, those numbers. It kind of helped us to, you know, I think that it kind of calls out for, we'd need something like an area plan if you know, as we go into implementation, we actually start to get serious about that area. We probably need to do something to plan it out, but I know that that's probably not something that you'd want to think about right at this minute. So, thank you.
Thanks. John?
Yeah. With respect to the pavilion building, I'm aware that the city is trying to figure out how to move out of the two buildings along Boulder Creek and by Broadway. Is it intended that that pavilion building would be the destination for the offices eventually that might move out of the buildings by Boulder Creek?
Correct. There's two buildings just to the south of us here, the Park Central building on the corner of Broadway and Arapahoe, and then the New Britain building right behind it that are in the high hazard flood zone. And due to floodplain regulations and the building value really have reached the end of their life and can't be reinvested in. And so we'll have to move out of those buildings. And the pavilion building itself represents a consolidation option that we could consolidate actually up to 4 city facilities into that building, especially if the 4th story is added to the building. The other facility is the Center Green building, which is at Center Green Drive and Foothills, basically Valmont and Foothills. The city currently leases that building. And so it really does give us an opportunity to consolidate multiple city facilities into one customer service hub.
I see. So the reason I'm asking is to figure out whether that would satisfy the city's need for space alone, or whether if the county were not to move into that, the building which is being considered for it, whether the city would want some additional space in that building for its purposes.
Got a great question. We're working on a facilities master plan right now. We're just kicking off that process to really look comprehensively at all the city's facilities. We currently, the city overall has 380 buildings and structures that we manage. And currently we provide services out of 22 different facilities scattered throughout the city. Some of those obviously we wouldn't consolidate, things like fire stations or libraries or rec centers. But then other administrative functions that are scattered throughout the city, there is a need to consolidate those facilities just to be able to provide efficient and effective government services. Exactly what that looks like, we probably realistically can't all fit in one spot in the city. So we'll always be in several sites around the city. And so where those sites are is part of what will be considered through that facility's master plan. There is going to be space needs in addition to the pavilion building that the city will have. I don't have those numbers right here in front of me, but that's something that we're working on. And there is an opportunity for the pavilion to really make a big difference, but it isn't the kind of end all of what the city's needs will be in the long term.
So is it conceivable that the city may want, if the county were not to take that site completely for its purposes, that the city would want some space in that building also, or is it premature to speculate about that?
I feel like it's a little premature to speculate. I'll look at Jim and Jean as well. But there is the northeast parcel, so north of where the pavilion building is along Broadway, that's been identified kind of as a flex parcel, as Jean described it, that potentially could be, maybe it's government services in the future, or it could be some other mixed use in the future. But the plan anticipates that could be a future conversation.
Thank you.
Cool. I just want to see if anyone else has further questions really to clarify our conversation. I want to be respectful of the public. Folks are waiting to speak to us, and we're going to have a fair amount of public comment, I think, so.
We can ask questions of them after.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying you can't ask
No, that's
anymore.
fine.
You certainly
I
can,
think,
so.
Michelle, you're right. Let's be respect the public.
Okay. Cool. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing part of this. Cindy, we have folks signed up. And I want to just ask, we're working pretty hard to try to find a way of having a high level of civil discourse in this process and other processes in the city. So I really encourage you guys to try to be just basically kind to each other, also kind to us, which is really appreciated, maybe most especially.
Can you guys put back up the big block map?
And that goes with
The
them.
one on page 32?
Okay.
I'm in,
Okay,
yeah,
great.
32.
So just to continue in that vein, I know things, the just general tone of the public discourse at the national level is kind of filtering down to us here too, and it's pretty rough to watch that happen. I mean, I think everybody on this board really cares about our community, cares about each of you individually, cares about each other, and we just like to see everyone be treated as well as possible. So if you can do that, we really appreciate that. And also, I think you all can be stewards of that in the community. You know, if you're online, if you're using Next Door Neighbor and stuff like that, it's a wonderful thing to see if we can be advocates for a little bit of sanity out there. So we have a bunch of folks speaking. First one is a group pooling their time for 10 minutes. Paul Saperito is speaking, and we need to see if Ryan Hill, Irina Sedova, Madeline Fetch, and Rachel Friend, and Benita Duran are all in the audience here. Can you guys all raise your hands? Okay, cool, thanks. The rule is that if you're pooling time with somebody, you've got to be present, so you can't just leave, sadly. So Paul, you've got 10 minutes. The deal is that the little green light will stay on until about the last 30 seconds. The yellow light will turn on. That's your warning to kind of wrap it up, and the red light means you should finish. And I think these guys have this goes with this first presentation here, I believe.
Yes.
Handout.
The last time I did this, we were using slide carousels. I'm retired now. My name is Paul Saperito. I live at 2765 7th Street, and I'm a neighbor. I'm an architect and urban designer. I've practiced and taught architecture and urban design here and in Europe. I just wanted this evening to go over a few sort of disparate ideas, but if you bear with me here, I'll try to tie it together. I think one of the first things that occurred to me is that as we go forward with the area plan, there will be constraints and guidelines placed on this, but at the same time, I want to be sure that we leave open the opportunity for innovative solutions. And what those innovative solutions may be, we don't know, but I would like to point to the Washington School Project, which I was on a citizen committee about a dozen years ago. And basically what happened in that project was that criteria were established, an request for proposals was put out, and a number of proposals came in from around the country that began to fill out and round out not only what the plans were, what the open spaces and what the buildings were, but also the economic model of this. And I think it begins to tie in with what Jean was speaking of earlier, which is ways forward, and that there's a partnership somewhere down the line where there's public and private, or there's a private developer making proposals. The point I want to make is simply that that information is very helpful so that we don't get too far off the track, we stay in the real world, but at the same time, these models will inform the sort of give and take, the trade-offs that such information provides. And let me see if I know how to do this. This is not like advancing a slide projector. A couple of ideas I want to present. One is the fact that if we go ahead with some sort of form-based plan, that we can agree as a community as to the size, shape, and bulk of buildings without necessarily getting tangled up in the whole issue of unit count, density, and the like at this point. That this particular form here, which is a 3-story model that we drew up, by the way, there are buildings intended to be in between that are sort of wire diagrams, but I just want to point out that that particular form, that volume, can contain on the far left a single townhouse, or 3 flats, or for that matter, 4 to 6 front and back studio apartments, 1-bedroom apartments, and the like. The building form is agile. And historically, this building form, whether it's San Francisco or Park Slope or whatever, over time, many of them were built. Let me move forward here. Many of these guys on the left there is Prospect Heights. That's my granddaughter walking down the street. The lower right is Edinburgh. And the upper right, I don't know where, but it came, someone said that they wanted something non-traditional and contemporary. And so for those who are terminally hip, there's a 3-story modernist affair. But the point is that it really doesn't matter who or what, how many kitchens there are, or how many bedrooms there are, and that these things change over time, and it's a very facile and multivalent sort of building type. And we went further to begin to explore the possibility of 4-story buildings. The whole purpose is that we're looking at cascading densities from Broadway back to the park, that the 3-story along the park is really no taller than what the single-family residential, the single-story residential, single-family residential on the park has the same height limit. This is a little higher. Back to your discussion about the 35-foot, this would actually have to be later negotiated. But the point is here that we have an example in Whittier Square of 4-story. Again, in the upper left is the contemporary. But interestingly, what we have in the bottom there is Commonwealth Avenue in Boston, which, if you look closely, there's evidence that those were varied and multiple builders taking down 2 or 3 or 4 lots at a time. And in terms of fine grain and visual sort of interest, that this is a wonderful example of what Charles Moore calls the black tie invitation, that a street is very much like a black tie affair, where everyone understands that there's a certain dress code, but at the same time you might see a Madras cummerbund or plaid socks peeking through, but that an urban street can be multiple pieces and multiple developers. The point being is that the Washington School project did break the land into several developments, and that part of your consideration might be that the various lots, if you will, and let me show you that, could be sold off separately, depending upon how the pro formas come in. So I just want to, I ran that model, the 25-foot lots, onto the site. There has been a number of comments made about the county space, and I don't think that's precluded, or mixed use. That's not precluded either, because the 4-story and or the 3-story can accommodate those as well. What I did want to show was that if we use the 25-foot lots, I get about 75 to 80 saleable or buildable slots on the site, and that it's entirely possible if the proposals come in. One of the proposals might respond to a low-density scheme in which only 75 townhomes are built on the site. But using that model on the left, that can range up to maybe 200, 225 flats. And if we pack the thing with nothing but studio apartments, it goes up to 450, 460, 480, something like that. That would be, I think, excessive, and I would hope that some mix would be achieved. I just want to leave with the notion that we don't know what that mix will be, and at some point in the process, I would hope that we would get either through a real estate consultant or, better yet, proposals like the Washington School project, those who are willing to put their money where their mouth is in terms of making a suggestion, a proposal for the land, and being able to carry through with it financially. And that at that point, we will see those varying schemes, and such that a public process like the Washington School project, the public committees that we had put together there, can make a determination as to what actually happens. That's all I have. If you have any questions, please feel free. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Paul. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Next up is David Adamson, and now that we're into regular sort of shorter presentations, let's call 3 people at a time so you know who you're with or who you're following. So it's David first, then Francesca Silva, and then Karen Simons.
Hey, David Adamson, 815 North Street, Goose Creek Community Land Trust, and the Ideal Community.
Hey, David.
David, can you please?
Sorry, the Ideal Community, and I just.
And David, actually, you got to speak to us, not the folks back there.
Yes, okay, well, I just want them to stand up.
Okay,
Those
cool.
people who've been working with us, some for 4.5 years, like Benita Duran back there, and Steve LeBlanc. So I hope they'll stand up.
I object.
Anyway, okay, whatever. They're beautiful volunteers, and they've been working super hard, and I just want to thank them. I want to thank you all, this beautiful staff, very responsive and learned staff. And I want to say hi to Lupita and Sarah. Thanks. Good to see you on the board. Anyway, we want to follow up on what Paul had to say. You know, when we started 4.5 years ago to promote this acquisition by the city, it was about a new model, not like Holiday or, you know, it's a new model. And the beautiful work after 2 years of public engagement came up with this awesome vision plan. So we want to make sure, our number one message tonight is to make sure that as much as possible, you leave open the opportunity for a high community benefit new plan. And our vision of that is a vibrant urban village. And we have looked closely at this, both with Jamie Logan and with Paul and other experts in this area. We believe that we can have a larger number of permanently affordable, mixed income homes on this site, which will really help us meet our urgent housing need, all within a 3 to 5 story envelope, as Paul was helping to show, and while maintaining views. And this high community benefit scenario will embody and we hope optimize when we get some good proposals, because we need flexibility to get the good proposals, you know, the beauty, the diversity, sustainability, affordability, and promote human connection. That's what an urban village is about, and that's what Boulder is great. We're an innovative group, and we want to promote connection between these, you know, that's what neighborhood character is about the characters. And so I want to say specifically, talking about land use, that, you know, we're talking about, we see the opportunity for 400,000 square feet of residential on that site, 100,000 square feet of city office space, and a mix of affordable, you know, nonprofit and commercial space. The key to this different model, while we want to keep the opportunity available, is to have a transformative transportation plan. You know, this makes density a whole new ballgame when most people are using car share, bike, ped, and then we have these beautiful connections from the site to other areas in the city. And I had a little more time from Paul's. Can I have another 60 seconds or?
No, that's not the way we're going to do that. Sorry, David.
Oh.
Thanks anyways. Thanks for playing. Okay. Next person is Francesca Silva, Karen Simons, and then Evan Ravitz.
One more.
Cool.
Hi. My name is Francesca Silva, and I live on 10th Street, close to the Alpine Balsam site. I'm here representing the leadership team of our group, Think Boulder. We have recently reviewed the community-focused area plan and hospital site plans of architects Leonard May and Deborah Yin, and we would like to endorse both. The community-focused area plan preserves the existing height limits west of Broadway and maintains the integrity of the Ideal Plaza, a beloved fixture in our neighborhood. The site plan enables a considerable number of housing units, ranging from 90 to 145, which is nearly twice the density of Holiday. This site plan supports permanently affordable housing for moderate and low-income families. Based on initial feedback, I would say that our neighbors would support these plans over the high-density options that the city staff has generated so far. We fear that the City Council is driven to provide unnecessarily high-density housing to Boulder, and rather than fairly evaluating the effects on our neighborhood, they are using the Alpine Balsam site to reach goals that I believe most Boulder citizens do not want. Yes, we agree that more housing is a suitable goal for Boulder, but this should be done in a measured way that does not have profound negative effects on our low-density area. Another concern we have is that the city is moving forward with several options while members of the community at large have many questions that have not yet been answered. We respectfully request that you please inform the City Council that there are many, many voices in opposition to their high-density options, and also please recommend that they review the plans we endorse, as we believe they will be embraced by the entire community. Alpine Balsam is a very big project, and the City Council needs to take the time to do this right. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you for coming. And you win because you finished early. Karen Simons, Evan Ravitz, and George Boone.
I am Karen Simmons.
Sorry.
And I thank Jean and Cassie and Ryan Knowles of the Transportation Planning for help with information on the report that you received from me on traffic. I would like to address the question of inconsistencies, inappropriate use of dated traffic in that study, to point out that, like the Bruce Amendment, we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 2040. What I see going on within the plan right now is things that are so specific that we're not going to be able to get around them once that plan goes into effect. These inconsistencies, for example, we don't know what kind of factor was used for residents on bicycles or in buses, and if some of these housing plans turn out to be people who do want to drive, what does that mean to that neighborhood? We don't want to be so specific in these plans that we can't get around that sometime in the future. So I want you to be careful. I want you to understand that this, at least the traffic study, has been done with data that's up to 4 years old. That's inappropriate. I don't know why the city didn't provide up-to-date traffic information. I'm concerned that, like the Bruce Amendment, we're going to find ourselves trapped in the Alpine Balsam development in an area that is a neighborhood with a lot of historic representation. So take time. That's what the essence of this is saying. Do we know we want to be careful about over-specifying what the density, what the height limitations are. How many people are going to use buses? How many people need to walk across the street to go to Ideal? Please don't over-specify this plan. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm sorry I got your name wrong. Evan Ravitz, then George Boone, and then Elizabeth Hondorf.
Hi, Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. If you were to be respectful and kind to us, you wouldn't have made us wait for 75 minutes while you talked about the CIP. You just could have switched the agenda, and then we'd all be done by now. There's 25 of us. I'm here to try to stop the city and the county from fulfilling Niwat's curse and finally destroying this beautiful valley. Besides supporting the 35-foot height limit and more time for community input, I submit that almost all objections to density are because of cars, their congestion, parking problems, pollution, and noise. It's not people. There are already thousands of us here in Boulder who don't own cars, but constantly subsidize other people's parking, not to mention climate catastrophe, in the price of everything we buy and usually in our rent. And the trend is for younger people to own less cars. There are others now commuting in by car who would consider not having cars if they could live in town. The city should either build or incentivize the building of compact units that instead of parking have gardens and trees. People can sign covenants not to own cars, except a few shared cars, perhaps one for every 20 people or so. This increases density without adding traffic and adds the kind of people who will actually use transit and bicycles. The city's previous experiments with density added luxury units all along Canyon Boulevard and nearby, each with a $40,000 underground parking spot. If you are buying a $40,000 parking spot, you are going to use your luxury car, not the bus or your bike, except for fun. Density of people without cars is good. Density of people with cars is bad. They should not be conflated. It is time for the city to experiment with new models, as Paul suggested, instead of pushing us into the Los Angeles model, where 70% of land is paved for cars. In Boulder, it's already about 50%. We need less pavement, not more. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Evan. George Boone, then Elizabeth Hondorf, and then Mark Wallach.
Thank you. I'm George Boone. I live on 7th Street, actually 3 doors down from Paul. I thought his presentation overall was great. A few specifics that I've got.
I'm sorry, George, I forgot to mention that you're pooling time with Martin, so you get the 5 minutes?
Right.
Okay, cool,
Yeah,
sorry.
no problem.
I just hadn't looked at the clock, I want to make sure you
A few specifics that haven't been talked to this evening that I wanted to bring up. One was around parking. I heard from city staff that the idea of the city investing in more parking is a bad idea, and I couldn't agree more. The problem is that the city is proposing a 0.8 parking ratio per unit on the site. Current multifamily utilization from the city suggests that off-street parking is utilized at a 0.96 per unit across the city in multifamily today. Even at Boulder Junction, where it's parked at 1 unit, 1 space per unit, utilization is at 0.9. That's today's number. When I brought this up to the city's transportation group, basically they admitted that this is an experiment and this is a aspirational goal rather than our current reality. It concerns me gravely that we're building for an aspirational goal and not for the reality we live in. I'm a believer in automated vehicles, Uber, Lyft, et cetera, but let's not experiment prematurely on our neighborhood. That's number one, parking. Number two, I've heard from city staff that there are 4-story multifamily units within this neighborhood. I'd like for them to illustrate that much more than what they have. All I've heard is just the thing, and when you look at the actual height maps around the area, you won't see more than 1 or 2% of any height above 3 stories, except for the hospital site and some areas. So please ask of them to be very specific about that, because the amount of density and height that they're asking for does not match anything that exists here today. Thirdly, as I went through the feedback sessions that were held by the city, and the most recent ones with the area plan, they asked citizens to identify what was most important to them. A lot of put North Boulder Park and community and ideal plazas. What wasn't defined to anyone in the community when we were doing that was the city was essentially putting words in our mouth, suggesting that while these things are important, guess what? The parking lots of these places could be developed. They weren't asking, do you want it just the way it is now? Because when I sit with my family, and I've got over 30 family members that live in Boulder for a long time, when I sit with my family at Blaze, which is a great new business, we look out over a view of the mountains. That whole plaza benefits from that. There's a lot of community benefit to the views that we have currently, and I don't think that's being honored by the city staff by proposing 4-story buildings in those locations. So I'd ask and press to really understand how the feedback was collected and how the questions were answered, because I, along with many neighbors, feel like words were put in our mouth based on how the questions were answered. I was very specific in my feedback because I wanted to be, saying that I didn't want these specific things changed, but other neighbors weren't given the same opportunity, neighbors or community members for that matter. And fourthly, a lot of the neighborhood has been subjected to a position of NIMBYism. I would argue that this type of density, our neighborhood wouldn't want to see in other places in Boulder either. And that the further out from concentric circles of a project, the less engagement a community has. If you were to look at people's overall views on zoning, upzoning, ideas around pushing the height boundaries and density, if you went neighborhood by neighborhood and proposed similar projects, you'd probably get similar objections. And that's why you have to look at this as a community as a whole, that people in the neighborhood should be weighted more because they're the ones that care. But it doesn't mean that they're NIMBYs, because I would care about a neighborhood in South Boulder equally. So that's what I want to leave you with. And finally, one other point around the shopping centers. I made this last time. These are some of the most healthy shopping centers in the state of Colorado. There have been businesses that have been there for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so when I see the city put up things like enhancing or the survivability of these centers, that is flat out wrong. These centers are healthy. Ideal is healthy. The barbershop has been there since the 50s or 60s. Almost every business has been there. It's already functioning. Thank you.
Thanks, George. Elizabeth Hondorf, then Mark Wallach, and then Deborah Yin.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Hondorf. I've lived on 4th Street since 1976, except 7 years I spent in Florida developing and selling real estate. I served on BOZA for 5 years. I have a marketing degree from CU. I'm aware of statistics. And I object to this meeting. I've been forced out. Someone's tried to force me out of my chair. They've stalked me. And then yesterday, this person bullied me at the farmer's market. So I'm a little bit off key. There were other things I wanted to say. I object to, but I can't really focus. The one thing I was going to say, I object to staff saying there's 4-story units and then just saying, well, I'll show you a picture later. I want to see it now, because there aren't a lot of 4-story buildings in our neighborhood, and it's not compatible. My main study on this has been the traffic plan. The future projections that they're using were based on post-recession years. They don't take into account 8 projects I've counted in our inner city area and the traffic flow from that. You've got Iris and Broadway.
Liquor Mart, another tall building by First Presbyterian coming in. You don't have 21st and Pearl. What else is there? Alpine Balsam, Long's Garden. Now that there's not the conservation easement, they've talked about affordable housing there. 311 Mapleton. And so this and others, I mean, it's not, we need a study that shows how this is going to impact our area. And I would believe this takes us into, what is it, CIP? So it's incorrect, it's invalid, and it's statistically wrong, and we need it. I think you need to have a continuance until you get the facts straight what you're doing. I've had one family member injured severely from bad planning in our neighborhood with the roundabouts. So please think about a continuance. Thank you.
Thanks. Mark Wallach, then Deborah Yin, and then Mary Eberly. And if that's the last person, if you would like to sign up, now's the time.
My kindness to you tonight will be hopefully brevity. I want to commend the staff for what is obviously an enormous amount of work on this project, but I would like to advocate not for a particular design, but for a more considered planning process for Alpine Balsam. As I understand things, there seem to be a number of unresolved issues with respect to the project. And my suggestion that we slow down a little bit is not with a view towards killing the project, but to ensure that a better final product emerges. Among the variables that are unknown, at least to me, are the following. What is the city's financial objective in this project? Is it to recoup its full investment? Would the city be prepared to accept 75% of that investment? 50%? That information has a major impact on the city's ability to control the final product and what the scope of it ought to be. How will the city's investment be recaptured? Is it going to be through sales of land? Is the city going to enter into joint venture projects with the private sector? Will they be ground leasing the property? Again, to me, this is all unclear, and that information is also very significant. And finally, the largest variable is whether the county is going to be a participant or not, and if so, at what price? And how will that payment impact the balance of the project? Will the price include a transfer of land at Iris and Broadway? Will it be in lieu of a purchase price, or will there be some combination of the two? To me, these appear to be only a few of the known unknowns relating to Alpine Balsam, but there seems to be a great haste to get to a final conclusion and approval of the project. I frankly don't understand why. We own the land, and a project is certainly going to be built there. The site is much too important to the city for it to simply lie fallow. So we're going to build there. But I think a more deliberative planning process will lead to a clearer structure of what is intended and will ultimately serve Boulder better. So my question is, what's the rush? Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So Deborah Yin, then Mary Eberly.
Looks like we got a few more.
We'll have some more, but I don't have them yet.
Go ahead. I'm Deborah Yin. The area plan. Leonard's community-focused area plan is responsive to neighbors and existing surrounding development. It preserves existing characteristics that the community enjoys, while staff's proposal puts them in jeopardy. It proposes land uses that provide appropriate transitioning from new, taller development to the lower scale detached housing to the north, unlike staff's proposal. The community-focused area plan shifts the tallest buildings to the east side of Broadway, flanking the shopping centers to preserve the view shed from the shopping centers to the foothills. Views important to the community and success of the local businesses. Staff's proposal locates the tallest buildings front and center, blocking the views. The community-focused area plan's tallest buildings are 4 stories, while staff's proposal permits 5 stories. The community-focused area plan introduces the historic community business land use prototype, which protects the historic shopping centers and permits these property owners to transfer development rights to other properties. The hospital site. Council members talked about the Holiday neighborhood in the context of the hospital redevelopment. However, staff's proposals are in no way similar. My analysis compares staff's proposal with Holiday and two of my scenarios. Staff's option 1A has a density of 49 units per acre. That's 2.5 times the denser part of Holiday, which is 19 units per acre. My first scenario matches Holiday's higher density and provides comfortable outdoor spaces. The second scenario studies how the density may be increased while using Holiday-scaled buildings. It achieves 30 units per acre. However, it results in a notable reduction in the amount and quality of outdoor space. Scenario 3, which you have before you now, is a plan that brings several goals together. It repurposes the multi-story portion of the hospital, adds extensions to it in the pavilion while accommodating 145 housing units in a variety of housing types. D3 achieves lower carbon emissions in a time of climate emergency, preserves the viewshed, maximizes housing density while retaining neighborhood character, and provides housing for a variety of family types. Please consider our proposals sent to you by email and recommend them or similar approaches to council. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you.
Next up is Mary Eberly, and then we have a few more people. We'll get stacked up here in a second. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Chair Bowen and members of the Boulder Planning Board. My name is Mary Eberly. I live outside the neighborhood to the north at 1520 Crest Court along Norwood. The currently proposed alpine balsam plants are bad for the environment, too tall and too dense. The plans seem to be the result of too much inside the box thinking. Which box is that? The box caused by the cities having paid too much for the old hospital and by the cities then being too eager to demolish the building so that more money can be recouped. In environmentally savvy Boulder, we should follow the basic conservation commands learned in the 1970s of reduce, reuse, and recycle. The old hospital provides a great opportunity for reuse if the city can think outside its current demolish and rebuild box. Expensive demolition, even if well-planned and executed, cannot recycle much of the current structure. It will be difficult to capture all the dust or even all the toxic substances such as asbestos. These will pollute the neighborhood and be spread farther by traffic. Has the city contacted the university to reuse the building after renovation for student housing? Or has the city offered the refurbished building to Boulder Housing Partners or similar group to serve as affordable housing, having a co-housing model or co-op model? Various floors could have different operating schemes. The ground floor could contain an indoor walking track, an amenity Boulder has lacked since Crossroads was demolished. Now Boulderites who need such an amenity drive to Broomfield Flatirons Mall. Boulder should aim to make lemonade out of the expensive lemon, not just try to make champagne. Lemonade would be an environmental result. Boulder should not act like financially motivated developers. The neighborhood needs to have height restrictions baked in before any plan is approved. Other neighborhood wishes have been well described, so please take them into account. We need to keep the Boulder Medical Center and support all the businesses. Don't follow the parking group's suggestion, for example, to remove the parking adjacent to the south businesses on the west side. Don't make handicapped customers walk farther. Please jump out of the demolish and rebuild box. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mary.
I was just going to move the chair out of the way so you don't trip on it.
Great. Thanks, Cindy. So we got three more folks, Lynn Siegel, Steve LeBlanc, and Judy Nog.
Three minutes is nothing. First of all, the area plan comes first, not as an afterthought. And then the planning happens within that, and then you fit the zoning to what the aerial vision is. This needs to be landmarked, a whole landmark district probably, but that hospital needs to be landmarked. We have a climate emergency. We can't have a Tesla vision now. A climate emergency. We need to consider that a cost assessment, a complete cost assessment of the embodied energy, the full life cycle analysis. You know this stuff, Brian. I learned it with you with the Colorado Building Guild. The whole thing. And then we can determine what we're going to do with repurposing versus redo. Or, all the new housing now, I talked to the deconstructionists, all this new housing that we're building all over Boulder, guess what? It's not deconstructible. So we have a huge bank of future carbon impacts. Marpa House is the perfect model. Marpa House was landmarked today. This kind of stuff with the demolition at the beginning versus 311, the demolition 4 years after it started, there's some kind of problem here. This is a way of valuing land ahead of time. Marpa House went from 4.2, well, first at 3, up to 4.2, then 4.9. Now that it's landmarked, maybe it's going to go down. And, if it goes down for us, then we can sell it. I'm sure that the market's going to be good enough. We need 15-minute neighborhoods all over as part of the master plan, the aerial plan. Daisy Grocery, buy it back, on my street, 6th and Maxwell. We need those little 15-minute neighborhoods, and we don't have them now. And there's nobody looking at that. They're just looking at what we see as ideal. There's a lot of other things. And finally, 21st and Pearl. Bernard Hagman started Boulder Community Hospital. He bought 21st and Pearl, the ice company there, and he started, Boulder Community Hospital started in his house. This is a memorable place. It's a beautiful building. It's great. Let's keep it. And why is the pavilion for the city? Use the pavilion for housing. Use the hospital for other things.
Thanks, Lynn. I really appreciate your speech. But you need to wrap it up, too, just out of fairness for everybody else.
Repurposing.
Cool. Thank you.
And assessment, cost assessment, then decide.
Gotcha. Steve LeBlanc, then Judy Nog.
Good evening, Steve LeBlanc, 443 Alpine Avenue. I actually came to listen tonight. I've been working with David Adamson to support density in the area. I live in the area. I also am part owner over at the Ideal Market site and the North Broadway shops. I heard a few things tonight that I would like to clarify from my perspective as the owner, which, and I've had many meetings with staff, and we've had great meetings. This is the first time I've ever heard about historic designation. One thing I'd like to make clear is the entire front of the building has been removed. In fact, the photo you showed tonight is a photo, shows the building that was added on about 15 years ago. So completely unhistoric from that perspective. I'm afraid that sometimes historic designation is used as a tool to stop projects. And when this never came up until the area plan started to include the other areas, and suddenly there's kind of disingenuous talk of us putting buildings in front of the historic buildings. Completely untrue. There's never been any consideration. If anything, and those buildings were inexpensively produced at the time. They have tongue and groove roofs that kind of go in like this. In fact, the building at the fire department over on 13th Street had the same type of roof. I saw they removed it about 10 years ago because they always leak. Because with those valleys, you always have ice buildup. But there's never been any plan for that. I'm sure someday there could be a wonderful opportunity to put some housing above it. It's probably not going to be in my lifetime, but I can tell you right now that the owners would not be interested in historic landmark, and it would be nice if somebody, before you go further with that you maybe speak with us in regard to that. And especially in light of the fact that it's not historic anymore. I do support the density. I talked to the businesses. I walk down there every day. Every business is clamoring for help. We need affordable workforce housing. All the employees would love to be in that area, including city employees. And I respect that times are changing. I don't think parking is going to be an issue. They've talked about a very efficient parking plan for the area where you wouldn't be allowed to park on the street, and I think the driverless car is coming. And whether it's by the time this building's built, we're going to have driverless vehicles. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. Last up is Judy Nog. So if anyone else wants to sign up, you got about 3 minutes.
Right. Hi, Judy Nog, 1182 Juniper. And this opinion is strictly my own and does not represent HAB. I believe that all of you truly want permanently affordable housing as much as possible, and so do I. So I'm going to just reiterate the email I sent you today, which talks about finding that sweet spot for the most affordable housing and the least density. So option A that the city has presented is 260 acres or 57 units per acre with approximately 60 permanently affordable units, or 23% of the total. Option B, potential for 300 units, 66 units per acre, again, 60 permanently affordable, or 20% of the total. Option C is the same as A in units per acre. Option D, potential of 90 units with 20 units per acre and no mention of permanently affordable units. Then my plan I call option A+, and it starts with what is already established in option A. The approximate acre that is currently HDR3 would continue for affordable housing apartments, hopefully LIHTC. The remaining 3.5 housing acres would be RMX2 zoning to allow for 10 market rate units per acre and 10 permanently affordable units. There would be space for townhouses, duplexes, triplexes, et cetera. Middle income permanently affordable units would fit really well here. The potential is for 130 units with 28 units per acre and 95 guaranteed permanently affordable units, or 66% of the total. Quite a difference. So I feel options like mine, or like the one that Deb and Leonard submitted, provide some clarity, because if one really favors permanently affordable housing, one will embrace these plans. If one really favors permanently affordable housing and favors maintaining this unique neighborhood, one will embrace these plans. If one really just favors density and neither permanently affordable housing nor neighborhood character, one wouldn't like these plans. Please don't approve any of the current site options for the Alpine Balsam site. Instead, please instruct staff either to come up with other options like option A or others, or to pursue option A+, or to pursue option A, instructing that it needs to have more permanently affordable homes with less density. That's it. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks very much, Judy. And thanks for your time on HAB, too. It's a lot of work, I know. So I'm going to go ahead and give us a break here for a little while so we can use the restroom, and everybody can clear out if they want to clear out and go start watching us from home.
Or stay.
Or stay. Yeah. I'm just sort of like speaking from experience here. There's a lot of people who are like ready to like step out the door. A bunch of them already have. So we'll just give us about 10 minutes and we'll come back. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
bunch. I was sneaking up on a pool in Rocky Mountain National Park. I couldn't have very good visibility. There's a tree over it. Every single cat. There's like.
Tenkara rod, any hit feels like a real fish.
Yeah.
Because it bends.
Are you allowed to keep it?
Not in Boulder. It's all Barbalasso's catch and release waters inside the city limits. But there are a ton of fish in Boulder Creek. It's good fishing in some places and sometimes.
You don't eat it?
I eat. I've never eaten the fish that I caught out of Boulder Creek in the city, but I've eaten them from what I.
Okay, let's go ahead and continue our meeting here. If you want to continue chit-chatting, you can go outside and do that.
When I lived in New York.
But that doesn't mean you guys. You have to stop chit-chatting.
We have to stop chit-chatting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, okay, city staff has a series of questions which they're zooming through the slideshow to get back to for us. And for this, I think it's worth us just going through them methodically, sort of one at a time. So if you have thoughts on one that is not the one that we're talking about, kind of hang on to those thoughts until we get to the right one.
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of disgorging that.
Can we take a moment? We didn't get to finish asking some of our
Yeah,
clarifying questions.
maybe we should start off with a couple of clarifying questions. I think there's a couple of questions that may have come up from public testimony as well, if that raised questions for folks. So let's go ahead and start off with a speed round of questions if anybody has ones that are germane to making a decision or recommendations on the project, the plan. Sarah, you want to kick it off because we had some lagging ones from before?
Yeah, I spent a lot of time reading this, so got lots of questions, but I will try to limit it. This is actually probably a question for Kurt, which is starting from a conversation he and I had separately, just standing in a parking lot. But it goes to this question of the type of, the way in which we're connecting density and affordable housing and that formula. So if I understand correctly, our current way of thinking about it is our traditional, we need X number of low-income affordable housing units and X number of market rate units to get the kind of financing streams necessary to build. But the question I have is, have we thought about, are there other financial frameworks that we could think about that might enable us to, as Paul said and as other people who came up with plans said, to get us closer to what we want that doesn't require us to have X and X. And the question I'd put to Kurt at a different time, which I will put to you all now, is given that we own the land, are there ways to think about the ownership of that land as a leverage, as a lever for partnering or doing an RFP to produce the kind of both low and middle income housing types at a high enough density to make it financially viable, but also produces the kind of outputs that are, fulfill the, what we've learned from the in-commuter and the missing middle surveys about the type of housing, the housing types that people are looking for, and that will generate higher yields of students. So I'm just trying to figure out if there's been other financial formulas that we've thought about.
Good evening, Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. And I'll start off by saying our community engagement also works in parking lots. So there was a lot there. I'm going to try to get to a few of the threads that you had in there. So I think the starting point is that the way our affordable housing has set up and worked historically in the city, it's by and large driven by development. And I think that's what's been challenging with some of the discussions around this. So initially, that started off with a conversation that many of the community members heard at City Council. Our typical affordable housing in the city of Boulder over the last many years has been through a low-income housing tax credit, finance deal. Those typically start at a minimum of 40 units. It's closer to 50 units now. And for development to create that, you have to have about 4 times as much development to create that. So, 4 times 40 or 50 is somewhere between 170 and 200 units. However, as you stated, what are some other approaches that we could use to get a higher level of affordability? So there's many factors in that. The example that I'll give, which is a different site and probably a slightly different density as well, is the project we're developing now, which will break ground later in the fall at 30th and Pearl. So in that scenario, the city owned the land, so there's similarities there. The city put the land in at no cost to create a higher level of affordability. At that site, we're getting around 50% affordability. But that's also based on the factor of the density. If this site has a slightly lower density, which I'm imagining it may, we may be in the 40% affordability range. The other sort of type of affordable housing that we don't get, which City Council and others in the community have been asking for, is the middle income, which is primarily home ownership as well. The advantage to this site is that we do own it, so we can have more influence on what the outcomes could be. So this would be an ideal site to try to get home ownership as well.
So I guess so that's very helpful, and I'm curious if you feel that the option in front of us creates the framework for the city to really push for that missing middle type housing type.
I think it just does. I think we would probably want to put additional resources into the site to create more affordability as well. The way it's structured now, we would definitely get some affordable housing on site. It's certainly enough to get a low-income housing tax credit rental project. But to get additional middle income, we'd probably want to put additional resources in there as well.
May I just ask what you mean by additional resources?
Money.
More money. Okay.
Yep.
Could it be less city or county? I mean, if you had more space instead of what I think it might be 5 acres right now, if you had more than those 5 acres, might that be a resource that would be useful?
I mean, that would help, again, because it's a ratio between the amount of development and the amount of affordable housing. It starts to become a bigger conversation once you start including the site at Iris and Broadway as well.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Helped me a lot.
Cool, just to follow up on that a little bit, not an additional question, but Chris or Kurt, could one of you guys forward to the whole board the analysis that Coburn did a couple years ago for Pollard, looking at the scenarios of affordability? I think it's not necessarily going to inform this conversation right now, but I do think it really helps to inform, sort of future decision-making or site plan reviews, future RFPs, things like that might happen on this property or the properties.
Yeah, that was a good exercise, and we can send that to you tomorrow.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Kurt. Other staff questions? I had one, so I'll call it myself. I just wanted to see if city staff or the transportation consultant that we have here wanted to lend some clarity to some of the things we've read in emails or heard tonight in testimony. So it's not so much a specific question, but more like an opportunity to speak about that.
Thanks.
Good evening, Bill Fox, Tuttle Hernandez Transportation Group, Boulder, Colorado. And I gladly do that. I've reviewed recent emails that went to you and to City Council. And I guess I'd start by applauding Ms. Simons?
Simmons.
Simmons.
Sorry. I will never get it wrong again,
Okay.
Ms. Simmons.
Simmons. I'm sorry. I'd like to applaud her for wading into a very complicated 293-page technical report that's not, it's just unfortunate that that's the nature of our profession, that it's not that obvious sometimes. But she has drawn some conclusions that I think are off base, and I can clarify those. One that sticks out was that this project or this plan would double the traffic on the neighborhood streets. And the one way to describe how I might refute that is if you draw a cordon around the site, the super block, say, and say how much traffic goes in and out today from Broadway or 9th, say, into that cordon, and then you add the traffic that we project, and then add it all up again and compare. This project would increase the existing traffic by 21%, which is a lot different than doubling. So that's I'm not sure where the doubling came from, but I just want to make that point that this project is not going to double the traffic on any neighborhood street, and in aggregate, it's only a 21% increase relative today. And by that, I mean scenario 1A, which was the higher of the two trip-generating scenarios. And there was a conversation about using dated or old data for the analysis. Not sure where 4 years of old data came from, 4-year-old data came from, but the fact is that we started this project in 2018, over a year ago, and we talked with city staff. At that time, they had relatively new counts at the 3 intersections along Broadway, 2017 counts along Broadway, but we had 6 more intersections where we had no counts. So we, in consultation with staff, agreed that we would use those 3 counts along Broadway, but then we would get the 6 additional intersections counted in 2018, put them all in the mix, and if necessary, go with the higher of any of the 2, because you're counting in different years, but traffic is not that variable, and it's quite common to use counts from different years in the course of a big area traffic study. So we certainly did not use 4-year-old data at all. At the time, it was only less than a year old when we started this process, and we've been going at it for a while. So I don't know if there were other specific issues that you heard of.
Does anyone else on the board
I could ask.
Well, we've got
Yep.
our captive audience here.
So we heard that the traffic analysis didn't take into consideration several new projects that are not built yet but are coming online. Would it be typical for a traffic analysis to take into consideration unbuilt permitted projects?
You have to, and the way you do that is instead of picking out projects all over the community and looking at them separately, you develop background growth rates that then are intended to include those various projects around the community. And in this case, we did project an increase in background traffic independent of anything that happens on site. And the way we did that is we looked at what's been historic in the Broadway corridor, and Broadway corridor has been very flat over the last 20 years, a slight increase. And if you project the increase to the year 2040, it's a 10% increase in traffic. Talking with staff at the time, we said, well, okay, we'll increase Broadway by 10% before we add any localized traffic.
Bill, I got your chart.
And, yep, there's, which one is this, Broadway? Where are we?
The blue is south of Iris.
South of Iris, okay, so you can see and then the red is that the?
That's the south of Canyon.
South of Canyon. So there's the projection of traffic, or the historic change in traffic along Broadway in 2 locations. You can see that it's been relatively flat for a fair amount of time. I guess testament to the fact that you've been working very hard as a community to have folks not keep driving their cars more. But but there is a slight increase, say 10% over the next 20 years. And so we included that. But we also included that same 10% growth at all 9 intersections, say along 9th Street and Alpine and 13th Street. those are areas that are built out that are probably not going to increase over time at the same rate that Broadway would. But to be conservative, we used that 10% increase across the board before we added any localized traffic. So we did include that. There was a discussion about how much credit was taken for pedestrian and transit and bicycle access, and that we weren't clear on how we did that. Well, it's actually spelled out on page 15 of the report, but it says we took a 20% increase on the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, nationwide trip rates for the various land use types. And so if this was Kansas, we wouldn't have taken any reduction in the ITE rates, but this is Boulder. So we took conservatively a 20% increase on those trip rates. And Chris Hagman's here, and we could talk about the future district, TDM district, that hopefully will be here. But we've been studying the effectiveness of a TDM district at Boulder Junction. And one of the criteria that the city has is to measure traffic every couple of years. And we did it in 2017. We're going to do it again this fall, I think. But what we learned in Boulder Junction, and there are some similarities, is that Boulder Junction is generating traffic at 58% of ITE rates, not 80%, but 58%, with the goal being 45. So we're on the way of getting there. But so using an 80% trip or a 20% reduction is very conservative on the high side of traffic. So that's another thing I wanted to point out. I'm not sure if there are others. Did I answer
Other
any
questions,
others?
folks? John?
Yeah, one of the, we've received several.
Your mic, John?
Microphone. Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
Several emails have mentioned parking issues in the neighborhood as related to this project.
Right.
What can you tell us about that?
I can tell you a fair amount about parking. We started out by looking at this site, then we looked at a bigger area, actually incorporating 21 or 22 blocks around the city blocks around the site. And we did a detailed inventory of how much parking is there today, both off-site, private, off-site on this particular city-owned piece, on-street parking in various blocks. And in round numbers, we learned that there's many thousands of parking spaces, and we're at about half or 50% utilization during the day when folks are working here. And then we also went out in the neighborhoods and looked at these on-street 22 blocks at 4 in the morning when people are sleeping to see how much the residential use of this on-street space is. And we found that it was only like 43 or 45% occupied. So the point is that there's 50% of the parking in this large surrounding area is underutilized and available to be better utilized. And that helped in the conversation of, as we think about what the future parking demand could be in the context of a TDM district or a parking district, what should the supply rate be? And you heard tonight about citywide multifamily housing generates the demand for a little less than one space per dwelling unit, regardless of the number of bedrooms. And this effort has said, well, we would like to achieve a 0.8 space per residential unit rather than one that you're doing today. And that's consistent, or attempting to be consistent with the transportation master plan that you have, so, and the TDM goals. So we think that achieving that 0.8 per unit parking goal is entirely achievable in this site, given the TDM context. And then if you think back about Boulder Junction, where they're generating 58% of the traffic, that's related to parking too, right? So we believe that 0.8 ratio is not going to make everybody park in the neighborhood. But even if the potential could be for some parking in the surrounding blocks, because remember I told you they were about 50% full even during the day. And so there is the potential to utilize some of that on-street, or you could implement a neighborhood permit parking program to disperse that traffic out into the neighborhood if in fact there is parking in the neighborhood.
As long as we're talking about parking, I had a very specific parking question. So in reading through the document, I felt like I was hearing two different things. On page 13 of the memo, I'm quoting here, it says, "Initial analysis indicates that shared parking within the city-owned structure with construction of an additional floor could support both the city and county-owned facilities. It should be noted, however, that accommodating city-county parking in the existing structure would dramatically limit the ability of that structure to meet parking needs of development elsewhere on the site. Among other things, this would require that other uses on the site, residential or non-residential, entirely or in part meet their own parking needs as part of their redevelopment." So I realize that we're being asked to talk about a flexible area plan, but it sounds to me like this is suggesting that if the city and the county were on the same site and you paid the cost of adding an additional floor, that a lot of the parking would end up being absorbed on the city streets, on the neighborhood streets. Am I correctly understanding what that would look like?
I'm not sure that's correct. There were a number of different parking scenarios as we worked with Civitas and the land use planning evolved, and we looked at how much could fit in that existing structure and whether or not another level needed to be added, and that related to whether there's the county and the city and how much office space. And there was always, I think, the understanding that the farther west part of the site would be self-parked around some units, residential units over toward 9th Street, but the residential units in the middle, you can correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe this is old, but was that the parking structure would accommodate the central residential units and the office space without a significant intrusion out into the neighborhood. And then the addition of the floor or not depended on how much office space you really put on this site.
Yeah, so.
My interpretation, yeah, do you want to clarify that?
Yeah, I can try. The civic uses require more parking than the residential uses. So by having both of the city and county, that pretty much maxes out the structure. So then we would need to construct parking that would go with whatever additional housing would be on the site. So
But it
for
wouldn't
that
push to other
northern
neighborhoods. It would be, when they say it needs to park itself, it means those projects would actually be associated with parking that they might not otherwise need to have. Not that it pushes it in the neighborhood.
Right, but we don't have, thank you. But and again, these are high, this is 30,000 foot view, but we don't have a discussion of parking on site. And because we're using the SUMP principles, it's just not clear to me. It's not clear to me that you can achieve the SUMP principles if you have the county and the city on site. And I'm not saying that's the end of the world, but I think it's a real conundrum that is not resolved in what's sitting at least in front of me on page 32. And I just think we should not ignore that and act as, and sort of turn a blind eye to what is a real potential challenge.
It is. I think that the best way that we can, and maybe Chris Hagelin can help me with this too, the best way that we can achieve some principles in the shared parking is by utilizing what's in the structure. And we can do that the best we can. But there's only a certain number of spaces that we can, even with the additional floor, that we can achieve with that. And if what we're proposing for the site requires more than that, then we're going to have to create additional spaces on the site. They can probably still be shared and managed and unbundled and paid, but we'd have to invest both the space and the investment to create those.
And Chris, just to prime the pump as you walk up here, so I'd like to hear what you have to say. Ultimately, a site review process is where you would be figuring out whether there's the right balance of commercial, retail, and housing, and how that SUMP principle is executed. But you're right. I think if all the civic uses have it there, they soak up one of the resources that tilts it, and then we would adapt that in the site review process.
Yeah, Chris Hagelin, Senior Transportation Planner. I would say that it's really the county use adding the county to it is what tips the scales. They have said that they, based on the services that they would have at those facilities, that they would need a certain amount of parking, and that's what really tips the scale.
Because they're doing some car storage there, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to leaving it.
Yeah, but, and it raises, and there's no right answer here, but it raises the question of, does it make sense to, I realize there's a lot of moving parts, but does it make sense to continue down the path of discussion about the county moving there if it tips everything else in the other direction away from the kind of residential opportunity with, you know, a reduced parking, whether it's 0.1 parking spot per or 0.8, whatever, you know, I'm not going to get into the specifics because I don't understand it quite well enough yet, but I do think it raises a fundamental question about the right balance between government services and residential.
I think maybe we should try to insert that in the conversation about the criteria
Yes, I will. Okay.
for that.
Thank you.
Other questions that you want to get off your chest before we start digging into the questions in front of us?
I had a question.
Rita?
But not about transportation or parking, although could be related, but I was interested to hear, unfortunately, the gentleman left already, the owner from the businesses there, because, you know, there was some discussion regarding how this development will impact, whether positively or negatively, the businesses already present. And there were some mentions about that those businesses are already in very good health, and that's not the sense that I got from him. So from the city staff, your exchanges with the businesses people, has there been, one way or the other, a sense that there will be welcoming having more people nearby, considering that for them, parking will not be an issue. People will be coming walking, I will expect. So that's, if we can speak a little about that.
Sure. Well, what we learned from the economic profile that was done a year ago at the beginning of this project was that there really isn't, well, both there's not that much more market for retail in this area, that the revenues have been pretty flat. And I think somewhat anecdotally from the businesses, but also from that market report, is that, you know, with the loss of the hospital staff, visitors, and, you know, all of that activity, it's surprising that it's been even flat. From what I understand, they welcome the additional traffic that would occur from new residents as well as city staff and customers. One of the other points, I think we've heard a lot of concern in the community about the new residents or you know, all that traffic really having a negative impact in terms of accessibility to those stores. And the economic consultant was really like, no, the market area, especially for the grocery store, is much wider than just this neighborhood. So this number of new, you know, much traffic isn't going to be, you're not going to see this like wave of activity at any particular time, you know, or even, you know, peak times that it would be absorbable easily. Does that answer the question?
Any other burning questions? John?
Yeah, I'm still pondering how to take into account the possibility of housing at Iris and Broadway. And obviously, no one knows exactly how to do that. But you're asking us in one of these questions how that might be addressed. And I'm puzzled by that, but I'd be interested in your opinion about whether, for example, the ball fields should be regarded as, by the city, as somehow inviolate, or whether that should be assumed to be area which could be developed, assuming there's someplace else that ball fields can move to, which I'm not very clear about. but I'd value your opinions on that.
Would it be okay if we table that question until we got to item 2, just so we can do it during that discussion?
Okay.
Any other questions that are not going to be addressed, in a discussion format that we've got in front of us? Okay.
Can we just clarify what the discussion format is?
I think what I was suggesting is sort of in line with the staff memo, that we take each one of these things individually and go through them and discuss them one at a time.
Perfect.
And if I can clarify, if the board members are suggesting changes to the draft, and the purpose of this draft is to put something out there and test it and see if there are recommended changes, that we try to understand a sense of the majority, minority thoughts of the board members so that we can fairly represent this to the city council as well.
Yeah, I think that's a fair suggestion. So if we were to, talk about, the next thing on the list is land use plan, if there's desire for changes to that, let's identify them so that staff gets clear direction, and then we'll sort of straw poll our way through to see how much support there is for different options that we're trying to give them back as feedback. Because I think we're not making we're not doing that through a motion process. It's really feedback
Like
tonight.
a concept review almost.
Yeah, it's a typical area plan process.
Yeah. I haven't been through one yet.
Yeah, welcome. Okay, so land use plan. I think maybe it would be good if you guys wouldn't mind to put that up on the screen. Some of us, I think, have it in front of us, but I don't know if everybody does. So who would like to kick us off on as brief as we possibly can, because it's 9:51, discussion of the land use map? Knowing that future zoning is not figured out, it's going to be applied through a separate process that would be something we figure out later.
You get another chance.
I've got some
Yeah.
very specific suggestions or comments. The first, and I'll just tell you what they are. The first is that I would recommend, or I'd suggest that in the zone that's currently sort of set aside for the county.
Microphone, please.
Oh, it's on.
It's on, yeah.
In the zone that's currently sort of flexible zone for the county, that if the county doesn't move there, that in fact we have an underlying zone of HDR 1 or mixed use 1, rather than which would be a 35-foot height limit with some wiggle room, rather than what is currently proposed, and I don't remember exactly what it was, but that would have allowed up to 55 foot. It would have been 35 to 55. So that's a first suggestion. Second suggestion is, I happen to believe that the HDR 3 zone is far too high a density for this area. It's really TVAP level or transit village level density, and I feel it's not appropriate to a neighborhood that's not as oriented towards such a significant transportation element as the transit village is. I'd be more comfortable if the southern portion of the center block, which is what I just said, is limited to HDR 1 or 2 with a specific height limit of 35 feet. And then I'm also, I'm very focused on the student yields for our schools, and I know that this question was brought up at the neighborhood organized event at the church, and the question was asked about student yields, and the answer that was given, which was accurate, but it wasn't an answer to the question asked. The answer was the schools have room for more students, and that's great. But I think that we have to look at the email that Tina Marquez, the BVSD board chair, sent us back in June, I think. And she shared with us what kind of student yields you get from what kind of housing. And she talked about the stacked flats, and I have a copy of the letter for everyone if they want it. She basically said stacked flats produce a minuscule number of students, but single-family homes, which I know are not going in here, duplex, triplexes, and townhomes do produce more students. So from my perspective, I would like to see more HD, I'm doing the land use prototypes, HDR1, less HDR2, no HDR3, minimal mixed use 1, and only along Broadway, and no mixed use 2, in the hopes of having a good balance of some apartments but also really trying to produce a lot of student yield for our schools.
Great. I think we would all try to do is keep track of people's suggestions until we have a group of them to review. Other thoughts on the land use map? Lupita?
Sarah just got me thinking about, she got me thinking about just what the average number of children we have in Boulder in terms of households. It's my sense we don't have nearly as many as where I lived elsewhere. So I'm wondering if we will meet the standard. I'm just wondering. Because when we're doing evaluations, are we within the mean or are we on the outliers?
I don't think we have that data. What I did learn from the school district, I think is the same as what Sarah described, is that the multifamily units are throughout Boulder are not producing as very many student-age children. And I don't recall whether the analysis that I learned from Glenn was broken out by multifamily that had the townhome style or not. I can't remember.
Right there.
But
it's right there. Chart.
And so, and look, I don't know the. My sense is that Boulder's lower than nearby communities, but I don't think we have that data.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear
I think Boulder's lower than nearby communities, but I don't think we have that data at our fingertips.
From my perspective, I think we want to make it. Encourage it.
Yeah, that's right. That's
rather
what I
than
was
having
saying.
people who get married here and then they move to Longmont and
Right.
send their kids to the schools in Longmont. I think we want to have a really vibrant, multi-generational community and try to encourage housing that will support that.
Yeah, I think this is going to soften that a little bit, but not going to totally, it's not intended to be a counterpoint, but I know there's a lot of housing stock that's pent up with folks who have nowhere else to go that's occupying single-family homes right now. And so, folks we've heard from, like the Manna area, folks from Martin Acres or other single-family neighborhoods have said, a lot of the folks who were sort of empty nesters are interested in living somewhere else, but they have no other options. So one of the things that happens is if we provide housing stock that works for seniors, then it opens up space for families. If we provide housing stock that's, going to be for, smaller households, it's going to open up housing stock for other things. So, and just in Holiday, I know quite a number of folks who do live family-wise in stacked flats, but, so maybe that's not a scientifically thought-out thing. It's just an anecdote. Yeah. John, you were trying to say something, I think, too.
Yeah, I had a slightly different view than Sarah about which areas height might be acceptable in. And in fact, I think staff did a nice job of distributing height in the areas where it's least objectionable. That's not to say I believe it should be 5 stories there, but I think along Alpine, in the areas directly west of the pavilion where the possible Boulder County offices would be, to me, are the areas where it makes most sense to have the highest buildings because there's no residential impact directly there, as opposed to along Balsam, where we have a very clear impact on residences from high buildings. So I'm not sure that I reached the same conclusion as you about height. So I think that the proposed distribution of physical characteristics of the building is fine. That's not to say that I think that the distribution of density that's not the same thing. And I'm still pondering that. I think also that at some point, there was a discussion of parking, and as I recall, Mr. Ravitz suggested that there might be some sort of condition of no car ownership for some folks living there. And I don't know what the legal or social or cultural aspects of a condition like that for housing might be, but it's one that we might consider. I'd be interested in getting staff's response in any case.
I think the sump principles kind of speak to that, is if you're paying for your parking space, that it sort of intrinsically encourages folks that want to choose to have fewer or no cars.
Right, so you can adjust the price or the availability of parking spaces. So that's one way of addressing that issue.
We've looked pretty closely at some of these projects, and in a place like 30th and Pearl, if you're looking at this from a sort of a design and sales perspective, right, or a consumer's perspective, who's gonna live there, and they are asking, okay, what am I buying? Oh, I'm buying a 400 square foot apartment. It's going to cost X amount of money, and if you would like parking, you got to spend $40,000 or $60,000 more. It really, really changes the way people think about car ownership, for sure. So I think Gene's totally right with that, but it's also if you implement it that way. So we have, in some cases, the requirement is that it's paid, but if you make the payment amount very, very little, then it doesn't have any teeth or doesn't have that same impact. I also wanted to say that we've done some projects where we've controlled car ownership through rental leases, and that's been legally defensible, but I'm not sure that the city could get that all the way through the process. But I think it's really, I would just sort of pile on with what John said, that it's really worth looking at how we can do caps on car ownership.
I just had, as we were discussing this, I have flashbacks from when I lived in Boston, and I had to deal with this because I had to add a car because I had my family in New York, and I had to do the drive back and forth for 3 years. And that was a big deal, the whole thing about having to pay for parking separate from my housing. I was already paying more than my mortgage in New York to be in an apartment in Boston, so it wasn't pleasant. There are ways to discourage people. I would not have driven, and I didn't drive in the city. Absolutely minimally, which is a place to park it, leave it there, and I didn't want to look at that car until I have to leave the city. So there are ways, and I think that maybe we haven't reached this point before, but I can tell you there are cities who have been at that point for decades. So, life changes. The world is getting overpopulated, and it's getting to Boulder too. That's it.
I'll just go onto the land use stuff for my reaction. I feel like having followed this process, I have to say that I think that this product here, the draft area plan, really reflects a lot of listening and a lot of evolution from the options that we were looking at before. I want us to notice that the west block, high density res 1, which is significantly less dense than the really high density option that was out there. So there was a lot of listening into trying to make things more moderate. So there will be quite a bit, I think, on the west part, in the city site, on the west part, there will be opportunities to provide properties that will be attractive to families. I think that there are different kinds of families, and that the folks that will want to live in the more in the denser areas are out there as well. So I actually am pretty comfortable with the proposal the way it's laid out here. I think that it is a good iteration on all the public input that went into it. So I actually support what is in the draft myself. So I just wanted to state that clearly. Let's see. I had a note here. Oh, yeah, there was discussion about, and thanks so much to Kurt for going into the details of, we have existing affordable housing mechanisms. If we could go to the voters and ask to fund additional ways that we could do affordable housing, we could have more options in that city-owned space, but I think that's a next step. So I think the land use stuff will give us flexibility based on either what we have now or possibly what other revenue streams that we could get in the future. So,
Cool. You want to chime in, Harmon?
Sure. So, I want to show all proper deference to the public process that went on that David referred to. My voice throughout the number of times that we've been through this, I've focused on a couple of things that I'm going to focus on one more time, or maybe there will be another chance. But the two things are permeability and mixed use on the park. And so I think I would swap, I generally like the plan. I would swap the brown block between 10th and 11th, just south of Balsam, with the block to the west of it. And the vision is that when we go low density on the park, which is already surrounded by low density, you're just giving a very few people a 13-acre lawn that they don't have to mow. And it's a public amenity that would be, really wonderful to give to a lot of people. And to have a corner of the park with an ice cream stand, a bar with outdoor seating, we're looking at ways to delight people in Boulder, and another dry apartment building in a, high-density 1 district. This doesn't excite me at all. And I don't think it's going to excite anybody. I think, it's just another apartment building. And the idea that we have this transect where it just goes and decreases and decreases and decreases in intensity until we get to the park, so that the park has no density at all and it's all linear, that's not how cities are built. Cities are built with more intense uses next to amenities, and at the risk of using the word dumbbell, because I think we got called dumb about 50 times in the emails that we got in the run-up to this. So I'm not sure I want to invoke the word dumb in any way. I think a dumbbell shape where we have less density in the middle might actually be more sensitive to the neighborhood. And being able to penetrate that super block with 10th and 11th Street, if you really want Alpine to be, as John said, the commercial street where the action's happening, you want more penetrations to bring people down from the neighborhood to Alpine, and you can continue 10th and 11th straight through to Alpine and create some kind of a medium density housing product in that interstitial area right there. And I like Paul's idea. I mean, the row housing idea with flexibility that you could give to the developers for how they want those 3-story row houses to be broken up or not broken up. One way to handle that to make sure we get affordable housing, we've heard projects come in where, you've got an area that's required to have 20% on-site affordable housing, and until that goes in, nobody gets to build a market rate product. So, the idea of that picture that he showed of, I think it was Boston, where it was broken up into multiple little slots sold to different developers. So you got a little variegation between the aesthetics, though the housing type was exactly the same up and down the block, worked pretty well. And I think it would be a good transition. And I also think you could continue the alleyway between 10th and 11th Street down to Alpine to create an additional penetration. So, I hate to be in the position where I'm kind of advocating a redesign of something that's gone through a huge amount of public vetting, but I like my idea better than the one that's on the screen.
I mean, just to comment on that, I think, looking at the connections plan, the urban design plan, I think all those connections are actually there.
But they're not they're not traditional streets, they're not continuations. Not that I'm, Mr. It's all got to be serving the car, but I think there's something to be said for it, so,
Yeah.
sorry.
11th is,
11th.
yeah,
11 that goes all the way through.
right.
Yeah. No, 11th is the primary.
Cool, well, we can catch that under the
Yeah.
later items here. So I'll go ahead and call myself in terms of land use map conversation. I think, one of the comments that we heard was this does a great job of making an urban walkable or semi-urban walkable neighborhood that's really focused on providing, I think appropriately so, lively frontages where they're appropriate. But I agree with Harmon that, we have a real lack of places where you can go and hang out while your kids are playing in a park in this town. You ask any parent in this town, they'll say, why is there no coffee shop with a park outside of it? We've had a lot of people come in and say that to us. And I think in some ways, like putting it on the block that Harmon suggested is a reasonable idea, but it's across the street from the park. So I'm wondering if we could actually place an opportunity for some street frontage or retail use in the HR1 that's on the west side of 9th Street, where the apartment building is now. And that would be sort of a more distant future, adaptive reuse of part of that building, or if that building gets replaced, then you could have some sort of frontage, a public frontage on a park, which is really wonderful.
By west side of 9th Street, do you mean south of the park?
Yeah, south of the park, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Got it, 5A.
And that's really the only feedback I had on the land use plan. So if you can start to sprinkle in some of the 15 neighborhood thinking, so there's some micro retail opportunities throughout would be really nice. And those should be, I think, really retail focused, probably not so much any other kind of use. I really, really appreciate the finesse that this land use map actually has. The sort of broad brushstroke stuff that we saw in the beginning was a lot less refined. This is a lot better, and it's a lot more thought out. So I think you guys have done a really good job on that. I feel like there's a bunch of folks who are sort of more pro-housing and more pro-density who would like to see a lot more housing going in there. And I know that, we're hearing from those folks that there's not enough. And I'm in some ways in that camp. I would like to see a little bit more. So but I'm happy to live with the way it is drawn now. But I would say that I would really like to see the plan say very clearly that we're looking for zone designations and development constraints that don't focus on dwelling units per acre. When you give a project to a developer and you tell them you can have X DU per acre, then they make every DU as big as they can because those square feet are what they sell. And then that gets bumped against parking or open space. So the control actually ends up being parking or open space. So if we are trying to get a diversity of housing types, which we are, more small units, the kind of flexibility that Paul Saporito had in his diagrams and that other folks have talked about, getting away from DU per acre is a really important way of handling density. The city has a lot of other zones that are much more intelligent in the way they handle density, and that's working a lot better than the DU per acre model. That was my last comment on that. So I think, yeah.
And to just add a tiny bit. So, I think as we're talking about going away from DU per acre because of the effects that can have on development style and patterns and price, going back to that corner of the park, I don't know if it would help to have at least a statement in the plan that kind of adds a presumption of a developer's ability to ask for a modification through site review not to provide whatever is the required amount of green space or open space per dwelling unit. Because I think, the green space or open space per dwelling unit is a way to limit density generally, but it serves some purposes. I think we'd do better if apartment buildings had balconies and ways for people to have a little bit of private outdoor space when they're up against a park.
Mm-hmm.
The park is the open space.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. The calculation of open space per unit is really problematic for diversity of housing types. It again makes you have the biggest possible units. It drives you in the wrong direction from what we're looking for. You really want to have an aggregate number of percentage of open space across the site and have that be like we require, well-organized, consolidated open space. David?
Was yours related to that?
Yeah, it's really.
Then you go
Sorry,
first.
I just want to go back to the 2014 and 2015 surveys of in-commuters and missing middle, and a key component of their desired housing that would get them out of their cars or make them want to stay in Boulder rather than move to Longmont is having some private green space. So while I appreciate the challenges for density that might entail. I really want to make sure that we are in using this space, which is near a school, near all the schools, to invite in families with children. And that green space, the park is one thing, but being able to send your kid, you know this, to shoo them outside to go play while you're making dinner, you're not going to send them into the park. You want them to be in your backyard.
No.
Well,
Trust me, there's 300 homes that live totally opposite that in Holiday. I think it's an archaic idea, frankly, but
But also,
but it is what is this? It may be archaic, but it's what the survey found, and I think we need to use the data that we have.
yeah. But also just please, the way I interpret that data from when we did that work and reviewed it is that it does reveal a certain profile of desirability for different units, but it's not only single family.
I'm not saying it is.
Yeah, and it's not only people who want private yards. Those are factors, but it's not only that. And so if we take the thing that is that segment that you're talking about as being desirable and try to make everything do that, then we're missing the point. So I think what you maybe are trying to say is that some of it should be like that.
Yes.
But not all of it.
And what I heard you saying, and maybe that's what I'm responding to, was I think we should limit or do away with the requirement for private green space.
No. So the way the calculation actually works is it's an open space per dwelling unit. It's not private open space. It's not yards. So that calculation is based on, you'd still have an aggregate, you can still put all your open space together and have it unfenced.
I'm trying to catch because I want to.
Yeah, so I mean,
this is important.
Yeah, so the way, some parts of the code require that you have private open space, right? So that might be 60 square feet, and that might be a deck. When you're working in a zone that has an open space percentage across the whole site, let's say it's 30%, 40%, that needs to be usable open space. There's a pretty clear criteria in the code about what that can be. It can be aggregated or it can be separated out into different ways. If you have a zone that requires, and I'm going to keep glancing at Chris to see if he's still nodding or going like, no, that's wrong. If you have a zone designation that requires a certain amount of open space per dwelling unit, that doesn't mean that it has to be private open space. It's not the same calculation. So it's just a question of like, I think you're crossing wires a little bit on that.
Okay, and I just want to clear something up, because if Sarah misinterpreted what I said, maybe other people did. My comment was about the property that was adjacent to the park. So there are 12 square blocks in this plan, and I'm only talking about one or two of them.
Brian, can I?
Yes, sorry, David.
Unless we really want to keep on that subject, I wanted to actually talk about the nearby area and the neighborhood center, because that does have land use issues as well. But we can stick on the city one if you have more.
If I can just put in my 2 bits on Harmon's suggestion, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I agree with it, both because I think the amenity of having the park right there should be shared by as many people as possible. And I think that your comment about having balconies and I think perhaps Brian's thought about having some sort of an ice cream store nearby appeals to me a lot.
Cool. So let's just see if we can check off a box as we're moving through some of these now. I think if we're going to provide feedback, it's sort of soft feedback on the idea that you would want to treat the frontage of North Boulder Park as a place where you could have some retail uses. Is that a fair way of putting that for everybody? It's pretty soft, but it's a way of activating the park and a way of making it available to more folks and for different kinds of uses that are not available in the city. So generally, yeah.
Yes, when you talked about the retail uses to be specifically to draw people to use that park more.
Mic on, please.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I really like his suggestion, and then the idea will be to have that kind of business that will draw like families towards the park, so that they do have a more active, use of that.
And I think actually explicitly using the word family, I think, is a good idea.
Yeah,
we could say in that we're trying to draw, make it more family friendly and have family-oriented amenities around the park.
So delightful retail uses.
Delightful retail uses.
Would that look like a purple strip kind of along the park, maybe?
It would look like one of the strips. When we get to the urban design plan, maybe we can contemplate a strip color.
Okay.
So is there a,
Do you guys need clarification or?
just like to get a sense of Were there lots of head nods there? Or?
I think it was everyone, yeah.
I think it's sort of, for me, it kind of depends on where. I'm just cognizant of the imposition of retail into what has been traditionally, if I was the person living on the corner of 9th and Balsam, I wouldn't be all that thrilled to have a shop opening up across the street from me, even though right now it's all it is versus housing. So I know I'm not allowed to go, I don't know, but
You can.
I'm not a hard yes on this concept.
That's perfectly fine. This is a straw poll environment, not a vote,
Okay.
so you don't have to, you can shrug if you'd like to, for sure. Or be of two minds.
Could I ask for some just clarification? Do the remarks you've been making about the western portion of the site, are you referring exclusively to the northwest portion of the site, which is the part owned by the city, or sort of the entire western portion of the site along 9th Street? And of course, the city does not own that southwest corner there. And I'd just like to get some clarification on.
I think we're all thinking the city-owned portion and then the apartment building to the south of the park.
That's what I understood, yeah.
But the city doesn't own the apartment building to the south of the park, is your point, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm actually, I wasn't referring to the part, I wasn't referring or seeking your solicitation on the south of the park. I'm talking about east of 9th Street, but south of the city-owned site where we don't own that.
Right. I think the answer I thought I gave is that it's just the city-owned part, not trying to go up 9th Street.
Okay.
True for everybody? It doesn't feel appropriate to me to try to roll just knowing the way that street's configured and the way it works and the hillside that it approaches. Like, it's not a great place to try to continue retail up in a strip format. I think it's more of a place where we're trying to, the thing that's drawing the retail is the park. And the park's not happening on the street. So I think it's a park frontage kind of question.
So is that?
But I don't think it needs to be mandatory retail for the entire ground floor. I think it is an opportunity for retail more than anything else.
Yeah, it's zoning it in a way that makes that an option.
Yeah.
It's a required ground floor use. Yeah.
Yeah, or it's like a percentage of ground floor use. You could say that's a G, and it's only 20% of the frontage, or something like that.
Sure.
Or a minimum of 20% and a maximum of 80%, or whatever.
One of the things I've seen done in the past is actually where you can go so far as to require that it have a certain use. At a minimum, you can go the distance of at least designing it so it can accommodate that kind of use, which provides some little bit of a fail-safe in case the market doesn't prove out for that. At least it's designed to accommodate it, but if the market doesn't prove out, you have the ability to also convert it to residential.
Right. Okay, other land use map questions? I think, David, you wanted to lead us in a slightly different direction there.
Can we get us, there were, do we want to keep going with other land use recommendations before checking us, like it's Sarah's?
It was just a question of the heights. I mean, I think that's what I was bringing up originally, where it was the height issue.
I do want to do that, but I want to try to get to David first.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, if we want to tie that off on the city-owned portion, we can do that before we move on. I just wanted to talk about the neighborhood center in the south of Alpine portion at some point.
Let's go ahead. I mean,
Should we do that, and then we can get back?
I don't think any of us limited our comments to the city-owned portion.
Great, okay.
Maybe you're the only one who's thinking.
Let's do it. So, we're talking about going to MU1. The current zoning is BC2. So we know BC2 is kind of constrained for shopping center type configurations, and MU1 gives us more flexibility. And I think the community has expressed concern about the fact that we love Alpine and what's the name of the other?
Community and Ideal.
Yes, Community and Ideal. Those are the two names of the shopping centers. And I think that I think that MU1 isn't going to run roughshod over those shopping centers. I think it will potentially open up some sensitive proposals, and so I'm not. I think that the concerns are maybe a little bit not informed by what actually will come. And the fact that these are potentially landmarkable structures will make people pretty careful about what they propose, because anything that comes up is going to go in front of the Landmarks Board, and the Landmarks Board is not going to be happy if those shopping centers are not preserved in a way that is compatible with their historic nature. So I'm pretty comfortable with that. I think that it's important in the area plan to, kind of, I like the fact that you use visuals to try to help people along. So if there's any way we can kind of use a visual to show that and I think you did, you provided a historic view of those shopping centers, but we would want to make sure to preserve their integrity and not do something that would just detract from them as an important amenity for the neighborhood and something that we've enjoyed for many generations. So, but I think from a land use perspective, it's okay. That's my take.
Can I give a quick comment on that too, just to jump in? I'll be as concise as possible. I think actually the MU1 zone strikes a really good balance on that, because it offers a little bit of flexibility, like you said, but it also doesn't give enough of a development potential increase to flip those properties anytime soon. Strip malls that are well leased, they're paid off. It's a check in the mailbox every month for these folks, and you have to give them a pretty big development potential increase before any of that stuff's going to change. So I think they struck the right balance on that.
Yeah, and it could open the door for something really fabulous. Underground parking with a plaza and another little row of houses or something. I don't know. Something really amazing could come out of it by being able to have some flexibility and not just be zoned like a strip mall.
Yeah, totally.
If I might, I'm gonna, when we get to the connections bit, I'm gonna make a suggestion that I think would fit well with the support for the MU1 for that area.
Okay, let's see if we can, we're still on item 1 here also of a bunch. So let's see if we can be as concise as we can and focus on giving city staff comments that we can weigh in on, like do we like them or not, and then that they can understand. Go ahead.
I'll just finish up by saying south of Alpine, it went more towards what we were calling option 4, the more mixed use thing, which I think is fine. And I just wanted to point that out because, we were looking at those options before. So I think it I guess the community feedback kind of drove us in that direction. So I kind of like that. So that's all I was going to say.
Cool. Okay, so we have a few suggested changes to the land use map. The one that we've talked about and everyone mostly agreed on, Sarah, was of two minds or hesitant, somewhat positive, lukewarm, you could choose your characterization, was treating North Boulder Park as a frontage that might have some lively uses. And then another suggestion that we had was, it really is, I think maybe we should just talk about the easiest one first, which is I think it's appropriate for us to ask the city to explore, how to implement caps on car ownership beyond just some principles and making it paid. Does everybody sort of feel comfortable with that? Like generally thumbs up, okay, nodding, everybody's nodding. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I feel, I'll start with kind of my thought on heights. I feel like the heights are appropriately tapered off and feathered towards the different neighborhoods. I totally appreciate, Harmon, what you said, though, because in any city, typically those properties that have great views that face North Boulder Park would be tall and expensive. And I think in some ways, I'm kind of happy to give that up in deference to the neighbors who've asked for that to be lower density or lower buildings, shorter. Does everyone feel okay with the general heights, knowing, Sarah, for sure that you don't? So I heard sort of different opinions through there.
I would just.
So the heights are on this map, and the green is up to 3 stories with potential additional height for roof forms. The pink is up to 4 stories with potential roof form modifications, and 5 would be where you could go to 4 or 5 stories And then, really at 5 stories, you're not going to get much in terms of roof forms because you're already going to be close to 55 feet.
I'm sorry, I got that from
Okay.
from the initial one, not the discussion based on what Harmon was brought up. So I was wondering, that's the only one in my mind that we didn't discuss. Are we talking, the potential of that corner becoming a 3-story building, potentially 4? I mean, at that point, it was more like.
Lupita, microphone, please.
So very sorry. 'Cause we had the heights kind of worked out before, and it all made sense to me about feathering into the lower as we move towards the residential areas. But the discussion brought up by Harvard was that maybe there's one location where that could be sort of changed. And my one concern is that we're talking about now maybe a 3-story building as opposed to 4, certainly not a 5, but I don't know.
So let's just ask the question explicitly.
Yes. What would be an appropriate one? Because I do like the idea.
Okay. So who on the board supports the idea of increasing the height allowable on the city-owned parcel along 9th Street facing the park? Be sort of a half block in, sort of an idea. So you got kind of 5/6 of us on that one. And then we need to move through these pretty rapidly if we're going to get anywhere tonight.
But we don't have shaded in areas right on the park. Why?
Because we're suggesting a change to this.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. I see, because no shaded area means no change. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's okay.
that handles heights from one perspective, but
Wait,
I want to get Sarah's suggestions for heights in front of everybody as well. I think you were suggesting, Sarah, that you would like to see the central block, the zebra-colored one, dropped to HR1 as an underlying land use.
Yeah.
And then,
If the county doesn't use it, to drop to
That's what that means,
MU1 or HDR1.
that's what I mean by the underlying land use.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
That's conditional on whether the county is there or not?
Yeah.
I see.
Just because if the county doesn't go there, then making sure it can be,
The way that works is there's 2 land uses being applied to it, and if one is what they use, then they use the rules for that, and if the other one is what they use, then they use the rules for that, right? That's how a dual land use parcel is done here. That was one of the things that you suggested. Another one was getting rid of the high-density residential completely. The other one was moving or having more HDR1 across the board, less MU1 and no MU2. Is that a summary of what you were suggesting?
that was a summary of what I was suggesting. I'm very cognizant of the fact that the neighborhood, we saw all those letters yesterday and today. Except for the pavilion, almost nobody is comfortable. I didn't hear many people say they wanted a 55-foot height limit, so that is also a connection to the land use prototypes.
I understand.
So trying to marry those two.
I'm just trying to pose the question so that I
Fair
can
enough.
get people's feedback on it. I didn't really need you to lobby further.
Oh, no, I wasn't laughing, I was trying to clarify.
Cool, I think we understand. So who is in support of that series of suggestions?
Just me?
Okay, just Sarah. But that can go into the feedback to you guys. So I think that covers the land use map.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I might. You had, part of your discussion got into something that actually isn't even addressed in the land use section, but I think is useful information to us moving forward, whether it's in the near term or the longer term, which was the discussion about dwelling units per acre, perhaps open space per acre, and the effect it may have on influencing the type of units that are offered, small, large, and so forth. I think it would be useful for us to get a little bit of clarity as to the degree of agreement there is to that, because I think that was a key thing that I think in terms of that we capture your flavor of what you were discussing here. Cool. So if we could get a little bit of a sense, thumbs up or whatever around that, I think that's useful.
Yeah, I'll set the stage for that just as briefly as I possibly can, because when you have a DU per acre, dwelling units per acre limitation on development, the spreadsheet that the developer is working with, which is what runs the whole world, is going to tell them that the more square feet that they put on that property, the more money they make, right? And so that's number of square footage gets divided up under a smaller number of units, right? So it biases the development process towards bigger units, right? And if we're trying to make affordability happen, and if we're trying to make a diversity of housing unit types happen, then using a zone district that uses DU per acre as a limitation is antithetical to those goals, which are goals that we have in the comp plan. Actually, we should be getting rid of this zone across the board. So do you guys feel like you could have that sentiment echoed in the area plan somewhere? We've generally...
Do you feel like the zoning, the zoning hints that we have are more in the DU per acre realm? Because I haven't...
It varies across a whole bunch of them, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah, well, I think it's good feedback.
Yeah.
I just was hoping to get some clarity on that.
Yeah, come on up, Kalani.
Is this on?
Yeah.
So you're saying an open space-driven zoning district might be better than a DU cap on a zoning district as we move forward?
Yeah.
Look at something like that.
We've had some area plans that have been very successful in moving, like this one does, a little bit towards our form-based code.
Okay.
And focusing on excellent public realm and excellent outdoor spaces for families to be in, as opposed to, just like how many units go on a lot, which is a really dumb way to anticipate the future.
No, it was just, I just wanted to make sure that it was clarity around aggregating open space, because that was one of the, if we move forward in the zoning district, knowing that would help inform the next level.
Yeah,
So if we can get some idea if that's across the board.
Yeah, and just to represent, I think Sarah's input on that is, if we're doing townhouse projects and they end up with little backyards, family backyards, I don't think anybody here is trying to say, like, we got to get rid of those. So I think it's okay to have those if that's the housing typology that goes in.
May I just ask Can I just ask a question to his?
Absolutely.
If you go towards the direction you're going, are we narrowing the housing types we can produce?
We're broadening it.
You're broadening it, okay.
It's making it more possible to do those things. And it actually is a pro-family move, because what you can do is have a two-story townhouse with a flat over it, and that townhouse has access to the grade. When you're sitting your kitchen sink looking out the window and your 2-year-old's playing, that's a safe relationship. Okay. You're not asking them to go a block away. So it's actually a way of getting the development to work and to have a diversity of housing types and to make it more family-friendly.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful. I know I kind of jumped a gun to really a discussion that may occur again when we actually get into the zoning stage, but I think it's helpful for us moving towards that to have this feedback.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think it's actually a really important piece to have in the area plan, because later on when a site review comes in front of us, we can point back to the area plan and say, look, this is something that was said here. Please do it.
Thank you.
I can't resist pointing out that this obsession with a range of potential number of units has been a little bit problematic, because it's, because it kind of keeps us from thinking about the overall design. So I think that really helps counter a lot of that as well. So thank you.
Yeah, I really agree with you on that. Just because you can measure it doesn't mean you should. It's not always the best way to go about things. Yeah. Okay, so I think we've completed the land use plan. That's awesome. Let's talk about the approach for flexibility and criteria to move ahead with Boulder County relocation.
May I just ask?
I'm never going to get to the second item. 10:38.
I know, but I want to be as clear as possible. I think we got the recommendation about the frontage for North Boulder Park. But what I'm not clear about is does that include a change in the land use prototype there, or just in the urban design map talking about frontage?
I think that it could be both. We were sort of silent on whether it moved to different land use. We said it could be taller there, and that could include ground floor retail at some level. Whether there's a land use that can be designated to do that or not, I don't know. We're just giving you the feedback, and you can figure that part out.
And I didn't catch in the discussion of taller, thinking of the colors on the height map. Were you thinking more of the up to 3 stories kind of green color or up to 4 stories pink color?
Yeah, I think the thought was pinkish. Something that would provide for the public amenity to be enjoyed by a lot of residents adjacent to the park and still have room on the first floor for some delightful retail. So, what you got to do to the height map to make that happen is probably go above 3.
Yeah. And you could, if you want to, taper that off to the north as well. I mean, I think we're just giving you broad feedback, and you do something smart with it. It's more thought out than what we're figuring out in our minutes here in the meeting.
The spirit is to have more people enjoy that open space.
Yeah, and have, I think another piece of that is to have balconies and usable surface area that's occupiable on that west face.
By the way, Gene, on the on those 2 diagrams, in attachment A, page 40. Page 46, there's the key for the different stories of buildings, but that doesn't appear on the map. You might want to just take that key off because it's the next page that has the map with those shades on it. Because it confused me, and so just City Council might appreciate if that wasn't there on that first one.
Cool, good formatting comment, thank you. Okay, so.
Sorry. Very detailed.
6 more bullets, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Which means.
Thank you.
Just a little.
Welcome. Thank you. I mean, this is important stuff. We should take the time to do it. I don't want to have anyone feel like I'm trying to rush us through this stuff. I just want to make sure we're being effective in our communications. Okay, so the proposed criteria for Boulder County relocation services at Alpine Balsam. The one comment that we did have was about, was what you said, Sarah, I think.
The parking, well, I've said so many things tonight, I'm not sure which one you're talking
Sorry.
about.
Okay, I'll just say, let's just open the criteria up for conversation here. And if everyone's had a chance to look at those, then we can not reiterate what's in them already, maybe.
Can you put them back up on the screen?
I think just, I'll tick through them really quickly. So the first criteria is really that you'd achieve a net gain in housing and a higher percentage of affordable housing. The Boulder County Center, yeah, that's kind of an interesting criteria. That's a piece of the approach, right? That the parking needs can be met by sharing the parking structure without adding additional surface parking or additional structure, just another layer to it. You guys don't need me to read these through, now they're up on the board, but.
It actually says with an additional level, not without.
So what I said was without additional structured parking, but with an additional level of parking on that, which is why I'm going to stop trying to say it, and you guys can just read it, because I think that confuses things. Other considerations, John?
Yeah, I still don't have a feeling from staff how important they think it is to be co-located with county social services, which are the proposed county services that would be located there. I have to say that for me, one of the big appeals to this project initially when the city decided to purchase this land, at that time it was discussed that county and city offices could be located. And I never got a feel from staff, the people who are most knowledgeable and most affected by that, how important that would be to their daily function or their performance. And so I still don't have that sense. I find it very appealing, but I'd like to hear from the people affected also.
Sure. So I'll start, and then Gene and Jim can jump in as well, and Kurt as well. So maybe the first piece is if county public health and human services functions were to move down to Alpine Balsam, one of the questions that we asked and worked through with the county is from a client services, customer services standpoint, is it the same people or different people? In other words, would there be a synergy of, like, you come to one place and you come see the city or you come see the county? There isn't a ton of overlap between those services, but there is a tiny bit, and part of it depends on also exactly which county services are there. What was that? Yeah. In terms of, from what the county has expressed, and I think maybe you've heard here, is there's also, the county has benefit of bringing those services closer to downtown in terms of synergies with their offices at 13th and North, as well as then their complex in downtown. So it helps bring some of their services closer as well. And so we've heard that from the county as well. And so I think, both the city and the county are providing key services to our community. And so making sure they are in places where we can effectively deliver those services, I think is important. I think the intriguing option really is related to, could we achieve that net gain of housing if then Iris and Broadway redevelops? And we may actually be able to further our goals related to especially affordable housing. So I think that's quite interesting, and is why we tried to set up an approach that could be essentially a yes-if approach, where it's, yes, we're interested in having the county located at Alpine Balsam if, and then this is the set of criteria, so that then as we work through that planning process at Iris and Broadway, at the end of that, we'd be able to come back and say, have we met the criteria to say, yes, let's do this or not? What else?
Please, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Is that helpful?
That's very helpful.
I think the other question that came up was related to the ball fields, and I can't remember who asked the question.
That was me also.
Okay, perfect. What we've heard is the ball fields are important. And so I think thinking about what's the ability, if the ball fields stayed, what's that ability for housing on the western portion of that site for the ball fields to stay. And they provide a key community service now. If all or some of them were to be relocated somewhere else, I think we need to make sure that then that's a part of the community conversation of where would those go to ensure that that service remains in the community. And then maybe there's an extra benefit of if you were to relocate some of them or all of them of even more housing. But I think the ball fields need to be a key part of the equation.
Fair.
Thank you.
I have one criteria, maybe it goes with the parking, but I do think this question of the impact on the residential parking, if both city and county are located there, and I don't know how to phrase that, but I do think it's a criteria worth discussing. And I noticed that there's no criteria that's related to cost and price. And
the last one is fair compensation.
Fair compensation for the land, and I'm assuming that's the land at Iris.
No, that's the land, fair compensation for land at Alpine Balsam.
Okay.
So in other words, what that criteria is getting at is that the city and county will work through what that fair compensation is for the land, improvements at Alpine Balsam, any infrastructure upgrades they would need to participate in, and then any operations and maintenance of that site.
So, and at the risk of just putting out an idea that might be just so crazy, has anyone thought about putting the city and the county offices at the Iris Broadway site? Just a thought. And then we'd have the whole site for housing. Anyways, just a thought.
Okay, cool.
I'll just say I'm pretty sure I heard Bob Yates recommend that everything go out on 55th Street. So there's been some more out of the box things.
I've recommended a number of times that we move the city and the county to TVAP Phase 2.
Right.
Because that's the transit village and 80% of the city staff don't live in town. But I'm not going to throw that grenade in this moment. I've already thrown that grenade enough times that it's.
Yeah, I agree with you, actually.
Yeah. So I had a couple criteria that I would want to contemplate and see if you guys agree with them. I think we would want to require that the county meet the city's TDM and TMP mode shift goals. I really want to see them be leaders with the city staff on that. So would everybody support that kind of a requirement?
Yes.
Yes, looks like everybody? Okay. And then I think I want to see something in here about there being a sort of demonstrable benefit to the public for co-locating the services, and also a benefit to the two entities to be clear that they are sharing spaces in a meaningful way, public meeting spaces or something. There should be some reason to put them together. Those are the two I had. Everybody feel okay with like that second one? David, maybe no? Okay.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know how important that is to me. I mean, it's nice, but it's not like.
So we got like one nice, one and 4 yeses.
If I can, I think that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't know that that should be a condition or decisive. I think it's something to be considered, along with the other factors such as, maybe there's more housing totally available if Iris becomes available.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a factor to consider, but not a conditional.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not trying to rise to the level of the most important one of all of them, for sure. Any other feedback on the criteria for Boulder County relocation?
I'll throw it.
Can we go back and clarify that Sarah's comment about the impact on the residential parking? I'm trying to figure out how to articulate something. I mean, I think that if we can't include parking for the residential uses in the structure, there will have to be some created on site. What we've talked about is not knowing, who those units might serve. If it's senior housing, there may be a very significant reduction, so that could fit nicely with that need. And so there's some amount of additional parking that would be included. And I don't know whether there's some criteria or some way that the board members would like to have us think about that. Or whether it's just let's keep it in the consideration.
I don't know how it's such an unknown, right? But I just think you have to take it into account. You can't just pretend it's not a potential challenge.
Yeah, maybe the way to do it is to simply say, you've already got parking can be met with existing structure with an additional level, and impacts on residential parking are balanced, or something like that, where you at least have some way of talking about it in the future.
Something perhaps like the existing parking can be met in the existing structure, and I'll throw out, without unduly
impacting residential,
negatively impacting the ability to achieve residential goals on the site.
Yeah, something like that I think tempers it a little bit and gives you a hook, so that later on when we're talking about this again, we can.
Right, and maybe
take
it's
it
even
seriously.
saying that we don't go below, these may not be equivalents, but right now our number is 0.8, right, per unit, that we absolutely not be forced to go below 0.8 or something. I'm just trying to.
We might
just
want
build
to,
it on
depending
site.
on the type, though.
Okay.
So, what they would do is, like, if we're requiring 0.8, if the garage is taken up, they're going to build it under the buildings that they're building, so, or have fewer units. So it won't,
Oh, but
I don't think
that's-
they're connected.
Okay, but then I think that's we don't want to continue we don't want to lose the opportunity for housing. And that, to me, is a criteria. And I don't know how to say that other than that way. So that the parking for the city and county doesn't become a net drain on
Right.
the housing opportunities.
That's what I was attempting to get at, without unduly negatively affecting our ability to achieve the housing goals on the site. That's kind of what I was trying to get at, Sarah.
That covers, like, housing goals covers both quantity and type and parking characteristics, and that they're nice and stuff.
But negatively affecting the total housing available at both Iris and that location, given that that's what would become available?
Well, that's a different line in this. I don't know if I'd.
Well,
I mean, but
his-
you're
no,
talking
his-
about affecting the county.
Right, the assumption is that if we've lost the parking, it's because county has moved there, and if county's moved there, the assumption is that we're going to do something at Iris and Broadway.
That's a net gain, because that's criteria number 1.
So, but there must be, there's a clause in there somewhere about making sure that we have a net gain of housing at both sites, but.
I think we need to just put a bow on this and give you, like, let you sort that out.
Yeah, I think we hear the intent, so we can go fiddle with the words.
I was going to say, just stay with the priority is housing.
Yeah.
And adjustments to be made.
Okay.
So I think the fourth criterion's real good. The high-quality sense of place, appropriate levels of activity. I think, as we've talked about this, we've been trying to strike the balance whereby we have good levels of activity at varieties of different hours of the day. So if we put in too much office, then we don't have enough going on after hours. If we put in too much housing, there aren't enough workers coming in to support the restaurants. So, I've been against co-location since the concept was floated, because I think the city showed in its own square footage demand that the city wants to move enough people to create that balance into this area. And, I'd kind of rather see the county out at Iris and Broadway. So I like Brian's two additional suggestions. The county needs to show that there is actually a benefit towards co-location, for one. And the other is, we're trying to create a walkable 15-minute neighborhood, so you got to have a TDM plan, and you have to handle your own parking and your transportation management issues on your site, so you don't mess up the rest of this project.
Yeah,
So I'm very much in for Brian's two additional suggestions, along with the fourth bullet, which together really hit the heart of this for me, which is let's design a vibrant neighborhood.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, with everyone's agreement, can we move to the next piece, which is the urban design plan? This is a pretty fine-grained plan, and so I think if people have real clear comments that they'd like to make, let's sort of go towards those if possible. We could spend a lot of time talking about this. We don't have the time. We'll get another crack at it later, twice,
See how many
in fact.
people have a comment, just to start?
Yeah, I guess first off, does anyone have a comment beyond the ones we already made about the wrapping the park piece on this, or could we sort of negatively pull our way through it?
Well, I have a comment about the mobility. I think it's the Mobility Plaza, but I may be calling it the wrong thing. The plaza right by Balsam and Broadway. On this map, it doesn't show that there's much of a plaza.
Yeah, I think it's, Chris, could you point to that lozenge on there, the gray
Yeah, the mobility hub.
plaza?
I think John was referring to the plaza next to the pavilion.
The public plaza. Oh, I'm calling it the wrong.
Brown one.
Yeah, that,
Okay, no, I meant the public plaza.
That's the brown one.
The brown book, yeah. There you
Right.
go.
public plaza or gathering area, yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
that's okay.
And since you brought up Mobility Plaza, that's probably not going to divert bus traffic so much as to be a place for Ubers and pickup, drop-off, and things like that. I mean, you're not going to have like major bus routes going through the Mobility Plaza necessarily.
No, we're anticipating still the super stop in the
Super stop will be for that.
location where it is along Broadway.
Yeah, okay, just wanted to clarify.
Can I follow up on that?
Sure.
So, it just struck me that the Mobility Plaza should be next to the parking garage, so that there's no reason for anyone to say, I'll park my car and then I'll have to take the bus. I mean, it just seems like they should be co-located. And I don't mean to, I'm not trying to, I apologize if this comes across as micromanaging, but it just struck me that they really make more sense. Maybe they make more sense from a design perspective where it is, but from a utilization perspective, they just struck me as being related to each other. So just a thought.
So I think the location is a little bit about if the whole center block becomes residential uses that have shared parking, then it's closer there to access the car share, the bike share, the pickup drop-off. That's closer to the units than elsewhere. But Kalani, am I fair on that?
Actually, I'm just going to comment on it really briefly, because this is an interesting thing. We've tried a bunch of times over the years to get exactly the opposite to happen, where we're trying to get the circulation out of underground parking to be separate from the buildings that you're going to, so that people have to move outside and go to those coffee shops and stuff like that. if you look from just a choreography of human life and how people really live in these buildings, if you can drive into a subgrade parking garage and then go up a straw into your office, you never go to that street corner coffee shop that we all think is cool. We put in all our drawings, there's people out there and they just die. They don't survive because nobody has to walk by it. So there's actually, you want to kind of sacrifice a little convenience for the motorist and increase your urban livelihood by separating those things.
So maybe I'm misunderstanding the mobility pod. I thought it was the bicycle parking and where you could rent a shared car, not an entrance to a parking garage. Am I misunderstanding?
I'm just using it as an example.
Okay.
I'm not saying, like, I'm saying just like sort of, there's a thing to kind of stretching out the way you move through towns to make it more lively.
But I think the one that really resonates with me, your point is well taken, but I also wanted to point out that just being dropped off and picked up close to your front door is a reason to move it over there, rather than close to your car, because you're probably not going to be picked up and dropped off to go to your car necessarily. And people from the garage can come pick up other people.
Fair enough.
Anyway.
I didn't have any changes to the urban design plan. I think it's really, really well worked out. And I did spend a lot of time thinking about it to see, like, when a project comes in front of us, what's this going to do to us, and are we going to be able to make it? So are we good with moving ahead on the urban design plan?
Yes, sir.
Can I just say one quick thing, and that is that we did hear from Mr. Sapito, was that?
Saporito.
About the form-based and placemaking and stuff. So I think this is great. Any way that we can kind of influence placemaking is wonderful. And so with examples and pictures and materials and things are always useful. I don't know how much of that we can do at this point, but as we move forward, maybe to the implementation plan, we can put a little more of that on.
If it looks like Back Bay Boston, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think Paul Saporito was on DAB when I got on planning board, like 7 years. I think that was like the last time he was doing this stuff.
We had PowerPoint back then. I don't know what he's talking about with slide carousels.
Yeah.
God.
He was making.
And he was presenting SketchUp models, which you didn't do in slide carousels. Come on, Paul. All right. Connections plan, right? This largely mirrors the urban design plan. Is there any comments on this, or are we good with it? Sarah?
I had two. One is the multi-use path between 9th and between 9th and Broadway on Balsam. I would love it if it continued from the west side of Broadway to 13th, so it could connect to the Calm Street. Yeah.
Right.
100%. That's a great comment.
I think that would be awesome. And then I also want to follow up on a comment made in one of the letters to us about the craziness of the intersection at Alpine and 13th. It is a mess. I walk there all the time. And it's a little curvy street, and it's a bad intersection. And what I'm wondering is if we could imagine in the long term, given that we are okay with an MU1 density for the two community plazas, perhaps actually making that a three-way intersection instead of a four-way intersection, and turning Alpine between 13th and Broadway into a lesser-used street, and whether that makes it just a street you turn into to park, or whether it's a pedestrian area connecting the two plazas, or a Woonerf.
Yeah.
Woonerf. But that might not be something the street people want to do, but the transportation people want to do, but from a making it a space that might be very much more comfortable to walk through, and would reduce the craziness of that area would be great.
Cool.
And can I make a tail on a suggestion? So I think of my, one of the better crossing experiences is Pearl Mall across Broadway, where you have, a whole block to cross. So maybe when we put in the pedestrian treatment, finding a way, even though we don't have a walking mall to walk onto, but finding a way to have a wider promenade that the lights block off for the pedestrians when they cross would be nice. Because you gather in a wider space, you cross in a wider space, and you feel good about it. And I just notice that every time I cross Broadway on Pearl Street, that it's just got a better feel than just a narrow crosswalk. That's just an idea.
For sure. I'm going to make one more comment myself. I think we've got this great innovation happening here, these potential neighborhood green streets, and I think North Street would be a great example for that as well. Like, there's no reason to not include that lateral east-west, and there's been a lot of interest in that neighborhood about piloting a program. So I think I would just want to see us take that little brown line and run it all the way down North Street across the whole page as well. I think that's an important thing to hold the door open for.
Okay, is there thumbs up all around on all the various
Green streets?
We have a.
I don't disagree with it, but I don't perceive it as a high priority, frankly, that intersection. I bicycle past it at least twice a day, coming and going, and have never had a problem there. So.
Maybe just to catch you up, we're talking about the North Street being a green street.
Yeah, North Street, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
So let's.
I thought we were talking
I think
about
that
all
was
of them.
everybody.
Yeah. So then let's get a poll on Sarah's suggestion too.
Do you want to restate your suggestion very concisely?
That there be a reconsideration of the 13th and Alpine intersection to reduce four-way traffic. And you can take that how you want to, what that might look like.
Cool. I personally, I think, I mean, so let's do a straw poll on that, but I'm going to say at the same time, I think that's a good idea, but I know there's going to be, there's this much design and construction standards and traffic engineering stuff that's behind that. We don't have to try to disgorge here at this moment, so. Okay. Any other thoughts on the connection plan? Nope. Okay, wonderful. We are then on to the access and mobility strategy. Do we have a slide for that somewhere?
Yeah, as you pull that up, I just want to congratulate you. I like the number of streets that tee after one block or two blocks that create more intimacy on blocks. So in the connections plan.
Yeah. And fine-grained neighborhoods, it's just totally great.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one place where we need to start to apply this thinking across the TMP. We still have a huge chunk of the city that, we've got giant super blocks sitting all over the place. No way to get from North Broadway past Norwood other than Broadway and 19th, which is like ludicrous, not our current thinking. So access and mobility, does anyone have any comments on this?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm a big fan of these sump parking principles, and I think that gives us some flexibility in how to deal with the potential issues with parking associated with the county offices, if it should be a problem.
David?
It's really important for us to stay aligned with the TMP and with the principles that we have in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and this, I think, gets to everything, and it actually also talks about the neighborhood parking permit program that can help with neighborhood spillover, which I think is important to consider.
Cool.
So I think it's great.
So I have just one comment, which is based on my understanding of how things are shaking out in Boulder Junction. And you guys can correct me if I have this wrong, but basically there's a pilot fee, which is a way of charging the parking district for being a parking district and making it a managed area. And so on the one hand, we're saying you can have a condo and you can live here and you can live a car-free existence and you're not encumbered by paying for other people's car storage or paying for your own car storage. You can live car-free. At the same time, we're saying you got to pay a pretty hefty monthly fee to be a part of that, which is also paying for the parking. So to me, actually, that kind of a pilot fee really undermines some principles, and you guys it's perfectly fine to come up and tell me I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Chris is coming too.
You have two people coming. I must be really, really wrong.
And then I'll let Chris, so.
Take a note.
Okay, that's enough. We're going to move on to the next topic.
Edward Stafford, Development Review Manager for Public Works. So.
Good evening, Ed.
Looking at the Boulder Junction, there's actually two districts there. One's a TDM and one's a parking district. The pilot fees you're talking about are actually not ongoing. They are to make up for the fact that there are services provided before the property tax gets there. The districts ultimately are generally funded through a property tax. Now, that being said, that still means somebody's paying. In that particular case, there's a property tax that's paying for the parking infrastructure for the parking district, and another one that's paying for the TDM district, which includes then the provision of things like eco-passes, e-car share, bicycle sharing, a number of services that that district then provides to everybody that's in it, residents and businesses. But that pilot payment has to reflect the fact that usually it takes about 2 years from development for the property tax to catch up with the value that's there. The other area that pilot gets used in here is when you have a user or an owner that's not subject to property tax, such as the government or other nonprofits that may be exempt, and therefore how do you have them pay for those services that they're also receiving?
So I know this is a huge topic and there's a lot in there. So I guess I'll just leave it for my feedback, and I'm not going to look for consensus across the board. I'll just leave it as a comment from me. Like, I think it's problematic to have a property tax. And just to say at one side of things, you can live here without paying for car storage, and you can live a car-free life, but you also have to pay a pilot fee or property tax or whatever it is. You still got to pay for the parking garage. I think that kind of sucks. That's just my.
Well, and I think that what's being proposed in this one is not necessarily a parking district, it's a TDM district.
Cool.
So it's the
fully
difference
on board with
between
that.
the two.
Yeah.
I don't believe right now we're saying that a parking district would be formed to pay for the existing parking structure.
Cool. That's awesome. That's totally cool. 'Cause I think the TDM stuff is very grassroots, very egalitarian. There's a lot of value there for everybody. So I think that's something we want to totally support.
Okay. Well, I'm going to caveat this by saying maybe this is already baked into the plan in some place, but not high enough to merit its own bullet, and I think it does. I think just having an adaptive management and kind of systems thinking bent to the way that we handle access and mobility within this plan is important. You know, we've already heard that we're planning for a trip reduction of 20% when Boulder Junction's giving us 42. And so, it would be nice if we're going to be demanding people to make contributions to TDM programs, if we actually knew how much money they ought to be contributing and what the demand really is. So, if we're going to try to make this neighborhood TDM neighborhood of the future, we got to keep iterating our knowledge as the projects come online.
Yeah, good point. Other thoughts before we roll on? Okay.
No, Harmon, I think that makes a lot of sense. I agree.
Cool. We are on to Urban Services chapter. Do we have a slide for that? Sarah, you can go ahead and jump off.
So there was a discussion of ground floor in the building that's interactive and informative that invites the community to learn about the city of Boulder. To be honest, that sounded very self-congratulatory, and I thought that that I would recommend instead that some of that space be used as a flexible cultural and meeting space that is available to the public. There's a real lack of public meeting space in town, and everybody's fighting over who gets to use the alfalfa meeting room. And I think it would be really valuable to make that a space that can be turned into a black box theater or can be used for meetings or whatever, instead of...
I think that's a lot of the intent, too. And I have to say, personally, the idea of having really good space where we can have community gathering meetings would be a dream.
Well put.
Yeah, I like the both and approach on that. I'm not as offended by the self-congratulatory piece. I think
that's because you're amazing.
Well, with respect to Boulder, I think it would be great if we had a more clear-eyed image of who we are. And as somebody who just visited the City Museum, I thought we missed a few important historical facts about Boulder that we might not want to look in the mirror about. But I think at the same time, it's a nice thing to be proud of where we live, and maybe you can mix sort of a hand to Boulder and a place where Boulderites who don't otherwise have a place to meet can meet.
Fair enough. I just wouldn't want to lose the opportunity for that public space to be a public space.
Yeah, I think the utility is the most important thing. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
The only little comment I'd have on this is it could underscore, low-impact design, kind of stormwater strategies probably a little bit more strongly, green roofs and things like that. We already pretty much are requiring people to do, PV across most of the roof surfaces probably, so I'm not sure if a full green roof approach is what we need, but it's maybe something to hold in there. I mean, I would really love to see us do an eco district out of a property like this and pull it together to actually make that work. Which I know there's a billion little things that have to be figured out there, crossings of public right-of-ways and all kinds of stuff, but it would be so nice to see that actually get some legs.
And we could be more self-congratulatory.
We could. I was congratulating myself for that comment as you spoke. Are we done with the urban services chapter?
I am.
Cool. Everybody? Mm-hmm. And then the implementation chapter. Actually, do you want to skip back to that? We didn't really do the floodway street section, that one. Does anyone have comments on this? I think this is actually beautifully resolved, and I think when it becomes an actual landscape design, it'll be fantastic. And I think it really helps the neighborhood with a nice buffer. So that's my only thought.
Yeah, I think this is a reasonable approach, given that a decision has been made about North Boulder Park. I would encourage the building to be able to withstand a higher flood than it's described by the 100-year flood, but I understand there are existing criteria for those decisions, which it may be inappropriate to change for this project.
I'm super excited to see non-graded trees. Free-range trees.
Running around.
Yeah, you let this get in the hands of a landscape architect, that sucker's going to look a lot different. Implementation chapter.
I don't think I really have a slide for that.
Does anyone have any comments on that they called out of their review of the packet? I don't.
This chapter talked about the general improvement district. Do we have a read on the, acceptance level that we'll have from the people who would be affected by a general improvement district or has that been discussed much yet?
I think what we've described is that we would start with the city site because we control that, and then gauge that, as we do the analysis for this and the costs needed. I feel like we heard a lot of interest, especially in a TDM district, for sure, that could be wider. And then the parking management part would probably come if some of the nearby properties wanted to redevelop, and we could consider what that means. But there's a lot more analysis that would need to be done for that.
Okay.
So I guess I would just say that to the extent that it's plausible to do this, where we can subdivide and sell off to a variety of different builders, it would be, I don't know, do we even have an example of that? Spark is 17 different buildings, maybe 17 different builders, but I don't think so. But they're all big buildings. And, I was very taken with Paul's imagery of, what if you made a lot of slots and somebody could buy 3 and the guy could buy 2 next to him, and the lady developer who got the last 4 on the block, gets to have her design. And, the notion of having some kind of texture and fabric, I think one of the things that people dislike about a lot of the new architecture in Boulder is, you get a cool building, but it's just a cool building, but you don't get a fabric. And so I don't know if there's, any interest at all in doing, this concept of slots and then, selling them off and having smaller scale buildings. But to the extent that there's any appetite for that, I think that would really do something neat for it. When you look at what was done over at the steel yards, that's a classic example of a terrible missed opportunity when you get an entire block of the exact same row house. And everybody goes to Edinburgh, and everybody goes to Philadelphia, and everybody goes to, these row house cities, San Francisco, and they go, oh, it was so cool. And then we've got an opportunity to do that, and we let the same guy build, 40 houses in a row. So that's my soapbox.
I totally support that idea. We actually tried really hard to do that in Holiday. And we found, and this is around the Holiday Park, the Crescent part of the project, the original design for that, which was not our design, it was David Barrett's office, was to have individual builders build townhomes all the way around it. And we found that even 20 years ago, the barriers to constructability and construction costs doing one-ofs in a townhouse format were just too steep. We couldn't find anybody who would do it. So it switched back to other stuff. But I think that I wouldn't, I like the idea a lot. I think it should be explored. Just because I have an anecdote from 20 years ago doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
Well, and the other thing is, a one-off may be non-economic, but a three-off might work.
Or maybe
Totally,
just
yeah.
make the parcel concept a little bit bigger.
Can I ask a question? On the implementation plan, I saw that it's an internal document with city council input. Will planning board have a role in reviewing it if it involves zoning decisions and things like that? Or, I mean, I don't know if we'll be looking at it at any point.
I've been thinking that it would be for both.
We'd end up looking at it at some point. I'm sure we'd love to read it. Thank you.
So any stones we left unturned? Do you want to start another conversation right now?
I'm not really sure at this point, but I don't think so. I don't feel like there's anything itching that is lingering.
Okay. Thank you guys so much. I mean, this is really a great document, and the imagery is beautiful. I love it, and the writing is poetic and great. It's really, really good. It's great. I also saw a couple images that came out of the design guidelines from downtown, so I was like, I know where that came from.
Thank you all very much for your thoughtful review and all of the feedback that we've had, the very thoughtful feedback at all of our meetings along the way. Really appreciated.
Cool. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks everybody who stuck around all night.
Thank
for
you,
this,
everybody
so.
who stayed.
So I think we are done with our meeting except for probably a calendar check. We need to probably talk about upcoming meetings. We have
The 22nd.
yeah, the 22nd. Cindy, where are we at with attendance on the 22nd? Do you know?
Yes, if you give
Okay.
me one moment, I'll pull that up. Okay. I believe at this time, only Sarah will be out next week on the 22nd.
Okay. Okay, great. So that meeting seems like it's going to be not a problem to continue having it.
Right.
Then we have September 5th.
September 5th, I just have you, Brian, are recused from, you'll be here, but you're recused from the first item.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that project.
Yeah. And we're planning on having probably a lot of public that meeting, and we are going to have, when they came in for concept plan, we had translators here.
Yep.
So we'll have something very similar to that as well.
I really am glad we're doing that. That's very cool.
Oh, I know what that is.
Small steps forward on some simple social justice things. And then the next item on our list is really going to be, well, no, the 19th.
The 19th, I have David and John are out.
Okay. And that's going to be you, Ed, and community benefit.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we've got a joint city council meeting here on Tuesday, the 24th.
Is that around the plan we just heard?
Alpine Balsam.
Yeah.
So who all is, do we have an attendance read for that one? How are we doing?
I have John and David out.
Okay, John and David. And then we have I think the way we're structuring that is we've done this before. We'll have a joint hearing with city council, and then we'll continue our part of the meeting to a date certain and then make our deliberations then, I think that's the strategy that we're using.
That's typically the strategy we use, although it sounds like we may actually have an attendance problem on the 26th, so let's check on that. An option would be actually, instead of continuing the meeting to a date certain and then reconvening on Thursday, is actually that the planning board would continue the night of Tuesday, the 24th, and your deliberations would be that night. So you'd hold the joint public hearing with the council would leave, and then you would continue a planning board meeting that evening. So that's an option as you talk about who's available.
I think that's actually a pretty good idea. It's going to be hard for us to find time, I think, in the schedule to follow up on it appropriately after that. Does everybody feel okay with doing it on the 24th? I mean, knowing that's
Yeah.
Tuesday. We're going to miss you guys, but you're going to miss you guys no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Tuesday the 24th, yeah.
So that would mean no meeting on the 26th?
That's,
Or also
I think
Joint
we
meeting on the 26th.
No, the 24th would be the joint meeting, and we would continue the joint meeting and do our deliberations that night, do it all at once. And then I would love to advocate for skipping the 29th or 26th meeting, since we only have 4 people available for that night anyways.
Okay.
Okay. And then what's the possibility of starting it earlier than 6 PM? Is that like a totally impossible thing with city council and people's expectations, or?
That's out of my control.
Okay, maybe it's just a question.
I will
CAC.
bring that question forward to CAC. They actually,
We did a 5 o'clock
Yeah.
start during the comp plan update one time, I think,
yeah,
just once.
yep.
Peter and I
You
both
need
came
me
late.
in the CAC meeting for this one, or no?
I think we should be okay.
Okay, good.
But if we need you, we'll let you know.
Cool. We just need somebody to crack dumb jokes. Okay. Go home.
Thank you. Good job, everybody. Good job tonight.
Live from Paris, Soft 24.